Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Here we are on August 11th. Kids are getting back to school here in Florida.
Yeah. Today.
Today.
Get them on the bus. Get them going.
I want my money today. That's a De Niro reference. Pay attention, everybody. Here we go. All right. Again, NASDAQ leading. I think this is about to be the kind of the new theme as we enter into the end of summer, into the new school season. I'll talk more about that and more today. Let me introduce the panel. Joining me in studio, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
And the man not on the big screen. He's really upset about it. I'm upset about it. New studio's coming, everybody. Check it out on Instagram. I'll be doing a preview soon this week. We're chipping away at it. Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. Another glorious day on the island, and it's going to be a great day to trade futures.
He's still got the same enthusiasm. My boy Jimmy.
I'm hoping the big screen gets bigger in the new studio. Is the new screen going to be bigger in the new studio? It's a bigger studio.
No, it's 20% smaller, Jimmy. It's defeated. Chad, hope you're doing well. Miss you all while I was gone. Always great to be back in studio with the team and, of course, be in chat with all of you. Let's take a quick look at the tape. Gold continues to move higher. I still think it's a sell the rally tape in gold. I'll explain that later today, why I think the case. But up $24 nonetheless today. Silver's flat. Platinum up $25. Crude oil flat, right in that sweet spot I've been talking about for months, 80 to 84, anchored VWAP. Not enough news catalyst either way to kind of get us out of that range. I'm sure Shai will have more to talk on that. NASDAQ up the most out of the indexes. Expect this to be a theme, in my opinion, going forward. I think we'll see that. NASDAQ up a third of 1%. Not too far behind the Russell, though. Continues to just slowly be the one that just, hey, everybody, notice me. I'm here. Hey. Russell's 30-30, steadily above 3,000. And, you know, bonds, they just can't do anything. They cannot get out of the mud. We'll see what the panel thinks about that. All of this and more. First, Shai, the news.
All right. So we have Intel raised $20 billion and an upsize share sale, a third more than it was targeting when it was first announced yesterday. The chipmaker priced the offering at $95 a share. That represents a discount of 6.5% to Friday's closing price. The share sale drew more than $100 billion in demand. Now, on that said, Intel is down on this again. I'm guessing people don't like their shares diluted, so did take a hit yesterday and again in pre-market on this news. The yen, slightly weaker and approaching a key level against the dollar that could raise speculation. Japanese authorities may intervene again to prop up the currency. While the moves were subdued overnight, with Tokyo markets closed for the holiday, traders were bracing for a drop in the currency towards 160 per dollar. That's the key level, which has contained yen weakness in the past. Just noting that after that intervention, the yen has now given up half of those gains. So it didn't last that long for as much as they intervened. And then we had Trump hardening his stance on Iran negotiations to reopen the strait. We did have oil up yesterday on this and up overnight until we had Qatar saying Oman, Iran talks reached an advanced stage, and then Pakistan comes out of the blue and says that the U.S. and Iran are close to some arrangement. We did see oil drop $2 on that, and just saying that might have to do with the yields and might not be true. We'll see. I'm giving it an hour for Iran to deny that or not. We do have CoreWeave and Supermicro after the bell for a read on the AI tech trade. And as far as data is concerned today, we have at 8:15 the ADP weekly employment change and 10 existing home sales. So very quiet on the data front today.
Yeah, I'd be kind of curious to see what ADP is coming off that weak jobs number. I was tuning into you guys last week, and you were like, whoa, whoa. She was like, whoa.
I said, woof.
Yeah, so we'll see what that looks like. Craig, what do you think of overnight tape?
Yeah, it's quiet. I mean, Pakistan news, a little suspicious right before the tape. Again, I know Shai was upset about that, but Look, we know that there's actors in the market that are trying to suppress volatility, suppress the crude oil price. Treasury is mindful of the moving yields; they're moving against it when they can. Dollar yen is moving, and entities there are trying to push against that too. When there are prices in the economy that regulators and administrators and government officials are sensitive to, we got to be mindful of that. And so when you're trading, towards those levels, be prepared for the government to move against you, because there are certain things that break the economy. Dollar yen going to 170 is going to break Japan. Oil going back above $100, has the potential to break the U.S. economy. 30-year yields moving above, towards 550, or the 10-year up towards 5% is a sensitive area for the U.S. government. Expect them to push against it. These are the dynamics that we're in. To believe that the government doesn't have a heavy hand on trading and on prices is naive. And so I think it's just something to keep in mind. Tomorrow's a big data point. We get the CPI tomorrow. After last week's weak payroll print, eyes will be on the inflation momentum. And if the inflation momentum remains, it's going to be hard for the 5 members of the Fed that have already said they would have liked to have raised rates last month. They're going to vote for, they're going to push for another rate hike at the September meeting. Now, if the data is soft, that narrative is going to come on the wayside. We'll see some dollar weakness that'll help get gold continuing to move higher. So tomorrow's a big data point. I think there's a lot of hedging that's going to be going on into for this event tomorrow. But it's episodic, and once we get through it and vol gets sold down, the window of weakness is closed. Expiry is next week, so it's going to take a big outsized move or an outsized data point on CPI, I think, to really really move the equity indices. It's really tough to move them down. We're in positive gamma in the week before expiry. It's going to take a cataclysmic type CPI print in either direction, I think, really to move, really to shake the tape.
Which way is the Economist chat leaning for this to come out, Shai?
So most people think that it is going to be a little bit softer because we did have oil prices were kind of subdued, and so the expectation for CPI or for core CPI is for 2.5%, a slight touch below the prior at 2.6%. That said, elevated oil prices continue, and if this continues in this $80 range instead of that $70 range, that could feed into the next CPI print.
Yeah, Jimmy, what'd you see in the overnight tape?
I mean, the stock index futures didn't do, very, very, very tight range, very, very low volume, almost like they're thirsty for some more information. Yesterday, this is the second day in a row where we've seen this phenomenon in the stock index futures. Yesterday, the NASDAQ didn't have an IB break based on a candle close for the first time all calendar year, according to Edgeful. So it's a tight range, man. I mean, it's just going sideways. We did see a little bit of excitement for a while. Crude oil rallied and then kind of came back to its open. Gold rallied, then kind of came back to its open. Bonds broke, testing the calendar year lows, and then kind of rallied back up to its open. These rallies aren't huge amounts, but there's a probe going on, a test going on for direction right now to see where buyers and sellers are sitting before we get any big news.
You're telling me that the NASDAQ yesterday didn't get outside of the first hour's range the whole first time all year?
Well, I track it by candle close, and that is true. It did not. At the very end of trade the close yesterday, it came really close. It came within 5 or 6 points, and we were rooting for it. It just couldn't break it, man. It didn't do it. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it takes us back to just kind of where we are right now. I think that the indexes have taken so much on the chin, and the NASDAQ has rallied off of that low, another, I wouldn't necessarily call it a V bottom, but again, a scenario where we saw earlier in the year. I mean, themes built throughout the year. If I go back to the beginning of the year, NASDAQ was the weaker market when the other indexes were holding on. It then rebounded, consolidation, and then grinded higher. NASDAQ led, and the other markets tried to go higher. I mean, it feels like that's kind of where we are right now.
Yeah. And you had that capitulation narrative from a couple of weeks ago with the situational awareness fund blowing up, and kind of felt like, and you had a lot of volume on the tape on that Thursday into the month end. And so, from a narrative perspective, it seems like we cleaned out a lot of that negative sentiment for July. And then you have now the start of the weakening labor market momentum, and so folks are looking at the economy and saying, well, we're concerned about parts of the economy. We've been concerned. This is more evidence of concern. So let's get into things that are secular growth. Where's the secular growth? The AI story, right? So you see that rotation back into the AI names and out of housing, out of some of the broadening out names that people have been focused on. But again, tomorrow with the CPI, it's one of those data points that will help set the tone for the rest of the week, the rest of the month, because it puts the Fed either in play or not in play here, I think, for the September meeting. I mean, people want to, I think the expectations are, last month was a negative print for headline. Will that be revised? What will the momentum look like here? Or is inflation reaccelerating again? That's something that the Fed has to deal with. And there's clearly a very hawkish cohort on the Fed that's looking for any reason to raise rates next month. I think if we got that hot print, it'd be very difficult for Warsh, who is speaking at the end of the month at Jackson Hole. It'd be very difficult for him to kind of shy away from saying the next move is going to be a hike.
Are we in that time period now where Congress is off for a while?
Yes, they are.
Got it.
They are
And
on
by the way,
recess,
Deli,
so won't hear much. And there was a copper tariff. They went on recess without saying whether or not June 30th they were supposed to say whether copper tariffs were going on or not, which will make a big difference in the copper market. But they did leave for recess without addressing that. So copper market's kind of not knowing what to do with that right now.
Jimmy?
I just want to throw out the stock index futures. The S&P is only 0.41% from its highs. The NASDAQ is only 3.78% off its highs. Russell 1.12 and the Dow 1.13. So the NASDAQ there has probably more potential if you're thinking about this thing rallying and trying to get breaking those all-time highs. But 30,000 and the NASDAQ has been a line in the sand for many, many days now.
Yeah, it is. That 29,800 is one standard deviation off of the year-to-date VWAP, while the NASDAQ sits there. S&P and Russell are at 2 standard deviations above it. It also kind of plays into my theory, what I put in my morning note this morning. I think it's the NASDAQ S&P spread kind of moment here where, I mean, look at the S&P. If you listen to our traders every day, they're not trading much of it. I don't even remember the last time I traded S&P futures. I got to be honest with you. I mean, I'm actually holding Qs right now. I used to be somebody where I would hold futures. It's sad that now I'm holding Qs. I don't know why that is the case. I'm like, oh, I'm going to buy micros, and I never got in, and then I'm holding some Qs. But I'm happy with that position, and I look at it and go, I've been wanting to sell them so bad. But then I'm looking at it and going, well, number one, I'm used to holding futures, not QQQ. So there's that. I'm kind of like, whatever. But at the same token, I'm looking at this going, if I was long futures, what would I do? And I'm like, I'd probably offset with short some S&P. And because I think that the NASDAQ is going to continue to grind higher, and I think it's going to be choppy. And so I actually like the spread. I'll probably talk about that a little bit more this morning in my segment with Pharm. But I used to trade that spread. I haven't traded it in many years. I used to buy 5 NASDAQ and sell 2 S&P. And I would just think when the NASDAQ is going to outperform in a choppy bull market, I would sit that position on. I would do 5 to 2. I think that's kind of where we are. The tape just doesn't want to go down, Craig. That's just what it feels like to me. And it's like, it's probably not going to be the cleanest on the way up. NASDAQ is going to shimmy shake everybody in both directions. But
yeah, look, I think it's actually refreshing, encouraging to hear that traders have stopped, focusing on the S&P, because the S&P is what we talk about every morning as being most impacted by these flows, which have really nothing to do with necessarily with fundamentals or what's going on in the economy. It's the structured product flows. It's the zero data expiry flows. We're focusing on these gamma levels, and once it's gotten to the point where so much capital is focused on that really all the action is under the hood. And where's the dispersion, and what's going to outperform one day versus the other? Where's all the action? It's in NASDAQ versus Russell or versus the Dow. Where is the idiosyncratic single stock story today after the close? Shai mentioned a couple tech names. That'll help determine whether tech moves outperforms today or tomorrow based on those news. So the action is away from the S&P, particularly in the week before expiry in a positive gamma regime. The indexes are pinned. There's just not a lot of movement unless we get catastrophic news or very, very encouraging news from the president on the war or something really out of the ordinary here. The straddles are very cheap, and no action really is expected until we push through VIX expiries next Wednesday, options expiry next Friday. Then the market can trade a little more freely based on the news. But you're right. I think given the underperformance of NASDAQ, if S&P is going to be pinned here and we get some positive news from some of these names, that's how you'll get your NASDAQ catch-up trade.
Yeah, and the reality is, I think even too, if we start to go down from here, I go back to why I like that spread. I think that NASDAQ's downside at this point seems more limited than the S&P. I can see us having several down days. If we start getting weak up in this area where the S&P is down, let's call it 1%, NASDAQ's down half of 1%. I mean, it's just kind of what it feels like the tape is going to be. The indexes continue to be, I still think, the story, but somewhere else where I want to go right now, Shai, is gold. I know that gold continues to get some love by the bulls, and it's gotten this big rally. But in my opinion, where I sit and I look at trends for the year when you get into like August, September, is this going to turn around? Are metals back in favor? I don't think so. I mean, I think this is a sell the rally moment in gold.
Well, I mean, I think we could get a little bit higher. The seasonals do still favor gold until we get into the fall. So we could have another month or two of gains. In fact, we heard that from, I forgot his name now. Sorry. So I think that the gold could go higher. I mean, we broke above the 200-day. We broke above the 100-day. We broke above the 50-day. So it does look very positive here. I think that we could, again, move higher into the end of the month, perhaps part of September, and then we get that seasonal downturn in the fall. We'll have to see where things sit. Now, also, gold is very sensitive to real yields. And so real yields have been softer. They've been below 3%. That has also helped gold. And so we'll have to see. Now, if yields continue higher, which looks like they are going to, even if they're trying to be suppressed, and real yields move higher, then of course that would be a strong headwind for the gold market and for silver.
Yeah, Jimmy, I go back to you. I mean, two things that I look at last night when I was sipping on maybe a little glass of wine and trying to catch up at the charts. Gold to me looks like a sell the rally tape. It's a mean reversion move back within what the trend has been. It's been trending down since February's high, maybe January's high somewhere. I think we made the high early in the year. It was January, February nonetheless. And here we are also in the bond market continuing to chip away lower. And those are two things I looked at and I'm like, kind of interesting. Bonds can not hold a bid. Everyone talks about the bearishness in bonds and how that should work its way into hurt equities. It has not, so I've said, forget it. If the equity market doesn't care about the bonds, why should I? I mean, it's just the way it is, and it's hard to trade the bond market. I think for day traders, it's not the greatest trade right now. And then gold, again, I go back to what I said with Shai. What do you think about gold and bonds?
Yeah, I mean, right now it's pretty strong, to be honest with you. We've had several days in a row where we've rallied. I anchored a VWAP to the previous swing high that we saw back here on May 12th. That was at 47.91.1, and we're firmly trading above it right now, right? Suggesting buyers are in control right now. We did reach all the way up. How awesome are PAX lines? By the way, just let me throw that out. 44.90 is a PAX line. We literally tagged it this morning on the way up, and then kind of reverted back down to where we started from right now. But symmetrical candle right now. Right now I'm feeling, I don't know if I'm ready to start hitting the sell button yet on rallies. I think I want to see a daily candle resolve itself to suggest that it's time for a little bit of a retracement back down. I mean, we're above that 50% retracement from that anchor point right now. So the momentum is super strong right now. I want to be a little bit more patient before I start doing that.
Shai, anything come out of that 8:15 news?
Private payroll rose 8,250 a week, which is very soft.
It's the weakest number we've had since the start of the war. So the hiring momentum now has been declining on a weekly basis, really, for the better part of 3 months. Based on what we've seen for the last 4 weeks of data here, you'd expect the ADP number for the full month of August when it comes out to be, pretty bad. Suggesting that the labor market momentum, which was negative for July, is likely continuing into August. That's a setup where, the Fed has to kind of keep that in mind. The labor market is struggling, but there's nothing that they're going to do to address it. I think that's a warm environment for gold, right? If the economy is softening, but the Fed really can't do anything about it. Gold typically will like to outperform. Gold will anticipate that the Fed will eventually have to do something about it later. And so I think that's been part of the strength in the gold market has been some of this weakening labor data. And we saw that again from the negative payroll print we got on Friday that helped kickstart some of the gold momentum last week too.
Yeah, I think that's the counter to my argument that technically I think gold is weak, but I think that there's an underlying bid in it. We've talked about this even when Danielle DiMartino Booth was here. I said if you look at the nuance in the tape, I felt like gold was bottoming because gold had many reasons to keep going lower. It could not, and that was a sign that it had this big rally. Again, wish I was long it, but nonetheless. And now I feel like here's a scenario where technically it looks like it's probably stalling, and we'll see if it does. If it doesn't, that actually brings me to the next thing. I mean, Jimmy, I saw you pull ZB up on there, so the bond market. If the job market is trending lower, then I would think that the bond market is going to start to find a bottom and start to trend higher. Because if there's anything that's going to turn the bond market around, it's not going to be technicals. I think it'd be a weaker job market.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I mean, right now, we're fighting this double bottom on a daily candle. I was just looking at the action going, that we're seeing right now. We have caught a nice kind of bid, but we bounced right off of that 109 high vol level, MenthorQ high vol level perfectly right now. But it's trying to stay. I don't know if it's a good bottom or not. It's a double bottom on a daily. It's going to be data dependent. The trend is down the last several days. Well, more than the last several days. Intraday, it's struggling to stay above that 109 handle, but it's failing to do that. Right? We're still in a 108 handle right now. Yields when I logged in this morning were 5.259. Closer to 5.5 than 5.0. So again, it's heavy right now. We need some good data, but I think your analysis is right. We'll see what the data brings us for tomorrow.
All right, I got to address a few things in the chat. They're kind of. First off, who was it earlier? Said my hair looks shiny. What's the secret? Somebody said cooking oil. Who is that smart ass? I'll tell you what, man. You don't realize the flexibility in this thing, man. Look at that. I mean, that's just why that's so shiny. That's called good eating. It's healthy living, clean living, kid. And somebody asked me, goes, what would change my mind on gold for this year? Just get back above the VWAP, see all the standard deviations turn around from a technical perspective. Macro could change it. It's very different. But the way I look at it, I mean, typically when you look at commodities, very rarely do they change trend in the middle towards the back part of the year. Just from my experience, very, very rarely do you see that. Typically, those trend traders in there are trading them for a trend because of fundamental reasons. Technicals start to support them. All things come intact. Again, I think energy remains in play. Shai has talked about this for many reasons as to why she thinks that oil is likely going to continue to go higher. Again, it's just working its way through this kind of middle area. Are metals going to come back in play? So if metals and energy come back into play, I think that's I don't know how equities can withstand that. That would be something that's interesting to me. So again, going back to the question, what would change my mind from a technical perspective? Stabilizing above year-to-date VWAP, see everything start to, the trend would need time to turn around. I do not see a clear path for gold higher here. I think, if anything, gold is sideways and probably sell the rally. But going back to Craig's point and what Shai said from the macro backdrop, it could just not even care about technicals at the current moment because of all the reasons that they said. Job market trending lower, and this mass confusion across the board. Shai, I got to get to Craig for final thoughts, and then I'll let you. I know I could tell she's simmering for a comment. I can hear her in my ear. It's all right. I know you're there. Craig, final thoughts.
No, I was just you bringing up the bond market, and you're right. I think the bonds normally would react in a highly correlated way to that deterioration in the labor momentum and the gold price. The issue that the long bond is having is supply. We have heavy auctions in the U.S., Japan auctions, and Japan selling treasuries to slow down the yen devaluation, plus all the AI capex is being increasingly debt financed. It makes it harder to see that kind of true signal with a bond rally on weakening momentum. That makes it harder for the economy to really kind of thrive when you have evidence of a deteriorating labor market, but you're not getting that support from bonds rallying because of all that supply. So it's a different environment than I think what many are used to. We don't often see that supply growth at the long end, but the AI story is really pressuring the long end here, and that story's not stopping anytime soon.
Well, I agree with Craig, and particularly because of the yields that they are offering. CoreWeave's offering a 9% yield, right? I mean, it's a very risky trade. Their debt's very risky, but when you can get higher yields over in the AI sector, that does take away from demand from U.S. Treasury market.
Yeah. All right. Well, you didn't eat into any of Jimmy's time, so he forgives you for coming into the last comment. Look at him. He was kind of... Chat, again, great to be with you. Hit like and subscribe. We're almost at 250K. Selma yesterday hit me up on Instagram. She goes, what are we doing for 250K, Deli? I said, I don't know yet. I'm not sure yet. Pump the brakes. We'll get there. Don't worry. No, we'll come up with something good.
She wants a sweatshirt.
She's yeah, I know. She's shining a light at me. Deli, what are we going to do? Deli. All right, well, we'll get there. Don't worry, Chad. It's going to be something fun for 250. Where are we at right now? I don't know, my glad. 240. Bueller. Anybody want to tell me? Where are we right now? I think we're like 245. Anyway, now I'm eating at Jimmy's time, and he's going, get him the hell out of here. All right, everybody, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, well, gold seems to be the topic of the morning, so let's check it out. So I kind of went back in time, and I added this calendar year VWAP on the fly just now because Anthony was talking about it, and we are way below that, by the way. That's approximately, I don't know, I'm tracking 46, 43 on my chart, but we are above the anchored VWAP. Now, one thing that's interesting is we have a series of swing highs, right? Swing high, lower swing high, lower swing high, lower swing high. That's changed. We took out that July 6th swing high in grand fashion, by the way. And then we took out this next swing high, the previous swing high, which was on June 17th. So right now, that momentum is there's no longer a scenario where we have these lower swing highs, kind of a flip-flop in between. Now, we're still pretty far away from a lot of milestones, to be precise. Right now. But right now, perfect doji candle. It's kind of on the daily right now. Market uncertainty, not surprised going into CPI tomorrow. And goodness gracious, what kind of news we can get. Hopefully it's positive news in the Middle East. So right now, the narrative has swung back in favor of the bulls for now. Right now, we do have this kind of 82% of the daily range so far today. So some good trading overnight. But, again, we tried to rally, couldn't get anything going. R2 is on the upside here, beckoning at 45.05. Call resistance 45.10. One day min slightly above that, around 15, and then a lot of empty sky above that. Then we kind of sold off. We lost VWAP in the rearview mirror around 12:30, 12:45 at night, and really the London IB kind of saved everything. It's like whoa, enough is enough, and we kind of stabilized right there on the London low at 44.15, spot 7, and then kind of popped our way back up almost to the open, a little bit high, pretty much close to the Globex open right now. So the targets to the downside, though, if this thing resumes back down, remember, we haven't spent a lot of time above that session VWAP so far today. We do have some nice targets here on the downside, including JAX1 at 4,400, S1 at 43.97, spot 1. One day min, remember, this is the expected range from MenthorQ, 43.82, spot 2, and then previous session's lows. So there's probably more targets on the downside than on the upside, but right now we're kind of steady Freddy right kind of in the middle of the chart. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Treasury bond chart really quickly here. This is the 30-year September contract, 18.29 seconds at the moment here. See, here's that test we had overnight. That test we had overnight, we tried to get back down to these, and these are long-term lows. We're talking annual, many-year lows right here, approximately 108 in 8:30 seconds. Didn't quite get there. We got down to 12, so about 4 ticks away. Then buyers kind of brought us back up at this point. And this, I did have an area support there, so we're kind of back above that area support, which is at 28, 108.28. Still pretty heavy. Slope is downward. Moving averages are downward. RSI is pretty much flatlined right now. Intraday here, we had kind of a nice bump up. We just saw this chart up to that high vol level at 109 even, and then kind of sold back off to a little bit, couple ticks, not a big deal here, but definitely buyers are thinking they want to be in control here. That session VWAP is pretty far down. I wouldn't be surprised if we caught the pivot on the upside here, and that it's at 119.02. R1 is a little higher up here at 109.12. And then we have one-day max a little bit further up. Let's really quickly pivot over to the E-mini S&P. For a couple seconds here we got left. Again, a series of baby candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 baby candles. We're right there at 77.88 right now with not a lot of movement. We're really close to these highs here at 78.20 and a quarter. Intraday, kind of a nice, interesting intraday so far. A little bit of a wild ride. Still a really, really super tight range right now, by the way. But right now we did hit that R1 almost to the up. We did hit it on the upside, by the way, during the London Open there. We hit it 77.93 spot 75. Previous session's highs right above that, 77.98. Jackson won at 78 even. So, and then again, nothing until we get to that 0 DT call resistance at 78.10. On the downside, I'd keep an eye on this VWAP and then that 0 DTE high vol level at 77.80. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guests.
So we have Melody Wright, who is a well-known on X strategist for the real estate market, residential, commercial real estate. We haven't taken a look at the real estate market lately, so interesting to see what's going on there with higher mortgage rates.
Yeah, my position keeps getting bigger in real estate, so talk to Melody. All right, let's see what else is in store for everybody on NinjaTrader Live later today. Tape Talk with Pharm. It's always interesting. No Tuesdays with T this week. T is not feeling well. T, we're always thinking about you, my brother. I'm sure he's in the chat listening. Trade the Open. Black Boxes. Merritt and Christian. Midday Markets. Leo and the lovely Salma. Trade the Close. We've got Stowe, Jack, and Nick for a tick. So, yeah.
Right.
I love this crew. I'm glad to be back. I'm easing my way into the week, everybody, too. Well, time to jump right into the next interview. Let's bring in Melody. Melody, good morning. Can't hear her, but I'm going to ask her a question anyway, as I'm sure she's going to get ready to answer it. So, Melody, you heard me maybe with Shai a second ago, and I said my real estate position keeps growing. Growing in Georgia and Florida, and she was there and she's gone now, and there's nothing we could do about it. Another De Niro reference. A lot of De Niro references this morning too. Enthusiasms. We had Shapiro. What did he say? I don't remember. Come on, Shai. You know what? Your memory is. You're worrying me.
I'm shot today.
Yeah. What was oil inventories from a week ago?
I was shot today.
Well, Melody,
minus 6 point something million barrels.
See, I could throw something at her, and she can pull that out. Well, we get Melody back in here when we lost her for a second. She looked so ready to go, too, didn't she?
I know.
Chat, what happened? Tell us. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, Shai, while we wait for Melody, let's talk about a couple of things. One of the things I was going to go into is the rates. And again, I go back to where we were earlier in the show today, and I said, I don't see commodities changing typically for the year, and rates either. Equity indexes, sure, from the beginning of the year to maybe towards the middle to the end of the year, I've seen those years reverse. It happens. Commodities, not so much. That does not happen. Oh, well, as I get into something with Shai, production's going, Melody's ready. Hey, Melody, come on back in. Let's go. All right. Good morning. How are you? She can't hear me. Oh, there she is. I mean, should we pull her out and have her come back again? All right, we'll try it again. All right, let me get on a tangent here, everybody. Let's go.
Here's what I think about rates. Since I'll just
let's go.
So we do have Besant is got to be a little bit worried about the 10-year because of all the debt refinancing that we have to do. We know he's very concerned about the long end of the market. And so it doesn't surprise me that every time we sort of see rates start to break out again, yields moving higher, we get some headline drop, that such as oil, just something to kind of calm the market down, because as we know, the Fed can't do anything with the long end, right? They're not in charge of it. So there's really no other way to do that than kind of jawbone it down and calm down the markets. But overall, that market still looks very weak.
You think it upsets them that they can't control the long end?
Yes.
You think they're a little bitter about it?
I think, yes. I think Besson is, some of his statements lately suggest that he may be worried.
Yeah. I want to go back to the trends for the year and with commodities. And again, I think it all kind of plays into the way I see the end of this year kind of unfolding. I mean, again, what has been in place so far this year? Energy, right? Energy, everyone talks about energy's softness, and I know you do too as well. But if you really look at it from the beginning of the year, it's still up, what, 30%? Is it even, it's up maybe even more than that? I think we opened up right around 50 something bucks.
Yeah. So, I mean,
30%.
we're still, right around $80. I mean, it's still significantly higher than we saw in the trend all of last year, which was 55 to 65. So that still added pressure on inflation, with it trading, on average this year in that $80 to $85 range.
Yeah. No, exactly. I think we could actually bring Jimmy Cagnina back in here. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get Melody back. We can't wait to have her back on. I had my question totally pinned and ready to go, too.
I had so many questions for her, too.
Really? And so maybe we'll get Cagnina back in here. He's not been the same since we took away the big screen. He's asking for more airtime and everything. Chet, should we give Jimmy more airtime? Oh, there he is. Oh, hey, Jimmy. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to be talking about you when you were there. So, Jimmy, I want to go back to oil because we didn't spend enough time on it this morning. And I think that when I look at the year and I say very seldom does something come in and out of play. Typically, metals, energy, rates, whatever kind of happens at the beginning of the year sets the tone for the rest of the year. And it's just, again, because fundamentals are different in commodities. And when they get aligned with trend, it's very hard to change that. Oil keeps coming back to this area. What are you seeing here?
Yeah, I did something a little different than you do. I know you track the anchored VWAP, calendar year VWAP. I'm tracking it from when the war started right now, and that's that white line up there. So I'm actually kind of surprised we're above it. It's pretty elevated. It's at $89 right now. So it's a good $7 away. But, I think you're right. This is a market where we lost the extreme highs and lows for a while as this kind of nonsense kind of ping pong back and forth between wars on, wars off. And right now, we have a little bit of a bid, a little bit of support around that $74 level. This is a September contract, everybody. So it was a nice, decent move up. And, when I'm looking at this, I'm like, all right, we got to start taking out some swing highs here for the bulls. And that's around $87. Again, another PAX line, by the way. What was that? I'm sorry, Sean.
It's looking flaggy. Squish that chart together. Tell me that does not look like a bull flag.
Yeah. You and Blake Morrow. You like me to squish my chart together.
See, there's your bull flag right there.
You know what's so crazy is that I just how some people and traders, you guys probably understand what I'm about to say, is either you see those or you don't, right? I don't look at the chart, I don't see that. I mean, I see it after you say it, but some people are just naturally drawn to certain patterns, right? Yeah. And so many times I've heard people talk about that. I'm not really drawn to patterns on charts. I mean, there's certain things I've seen before. I think it's more about, for me, is this happened, and I think I've seen this happen before. I don't really look at chart patterns at all. And so when people say flags, I mean, upside down head and shoulders or head and shoulders, I'm like, yeah, I see them. I don't think about them as much. And Chad, I wonder how much that relates to you too. It's pretty interesting in how some people see those just by looking at the chart, and I look at them and I don't see it at all. I'm so used to Bollinger Bands, and for the last decade or so, looking at VWAPs and stuff like that just to see what trend is doing. I don't see that. But Shai, I mean, we go back to oil, and again, why I've been saying I don't really think it's a great trade for day traders, because the ebbs and flows around where we are in the middle of this area. I mean, again, if you take everything out, the flag, and I understand all that, and Jimmy's VWAP is higher, mine is lower. We're in the middle of stuff. That's the thing, is that oil can't get away from technicals. I think that when you look at markets, I like markets that start to get away from key technical areas, not markets that are magnet back towards them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think really where the stress is in the energy market is really in gasoline and diesel, to be honest with you, because we have refining capacity down globally. You have refining capacity offline in Russia because of all of the drone hits from Ukraine. And so it's really, the stress is showing up in the crack markets. I mean, 321 cracks are at $64, just shy of the all-time high ever, recorded ever, that we saw at 69.
Yeah. Jimmy, let's switch over to gold. Again, I look at gold has been out of play this year. And when you really think about time, right, because gold has been around for thousands of years, right? And we think about, oh, God, what's it going to do between now and the end of the year? It had one of the strongest years, if not the strongest year ever last year. You guys can correct me on this, right? God forbid you have a year where it's out of play, right? And we all know that gold is, and silver and platinum has been the play for the last, probably, if you look at the last 24 months, maybe going back a little further, that's probably the strongest chart out there for the main stuff that we follow, even superseding oil, I believe, in terms of percentages, even from what oil's done this year. And again, I look at it and go, this is a year, going back to that question, what make me change my mind on gold? It'd be very hard for me to change my mind on gold. I think gold is going to have a down year this year. I don't think gold really, unless the story changes on the macro side so strongly, Shy, I look at gold as a mean reversion back in. I mean, Jimmy, we just talked about where we were technically for crude. What do you see here for gold?
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of toggled over to a weekly chart really quickly here just to kind of get a longer term perspective, right? I mean, you mentioned that big rally we had. I mean, it was a pretty big rally for sure, and raised a lot of eyebrows. We lived through it together, and then we kind of sold off here. We really have a kind of a symmetrical, I don't know, pyramid structure almost, with a kind of a nice double bottom here right now, and we're trying to break back above that yearly open on the weekly chart. So it's an interesting formation, right? I mean, always like to go back to these swing highs and say, all right, this old area of resistance is now support. Is it going to hold or not? So from that point of view, we're kind of at an inflection point. Now, to your point, this retracement from this swing high that we saw back on March all the way down to the low is not very big. I mean, we're just north of 23.6% from a fib analysis point of view. So to your point, yeah, this isn't a really, really strong big picture rally yet, but I don't know. I mean, I go to the daily again, and I want to see a little bit of weakness here before I'm ready to throw the towel in here.
We didn't look at copper chart this morning, Jimmy. I would like to go to copper because it was a trade that I had on a while ago, and I'm starting to look at it again. But Shai, you said before the recess, Congress had a bill sitting on the table that they didn't address for copper.
Right.
And copper, I know, it's funny, more and more traders I've been talking to are starting to come into copper. Kind of curious, like fundamentally, what do we see here? And maybe technically we go to Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentals are still there. We have data center build out. That is going to happen regardless of the economy. Whatever happens to the economy, labor market slowing doesn't really matter. There is literally billions and billions of dollars already allocated to this, so we know it's happening no matter what. And we simply don't have enough copper. I mean, we literally don't have enough. We literally, since the history of mining, all of that history till now, we need more copper than that into the next 20 years to build these data centers out. So it's really a fundamental story. You have problems in Chile. Codelco doesn't want to focus on production anymore. They're going to focus on keeping their investors in check and to kind of clean up their mines because they've had a lot of accidents because they haven't really taken care of them. They are aging mines. The ore coming out is not as great. We had Indonesia this morning. Their copper smelting went off a line, and we don't know how long that's going to be. We have Freeport. One of their mines is not coming back till 2027, and so we just don't have enough mining capacity. So the fundamentals are there.
Again, when you look at what trends start from the beginning of the year in commodities and when you get into that little bit of a pullback June, July, Jimmy, I mean, again, this is the strongest metal. I mean, I know it's not the same classification as gold and silver. I mean, probably more silver and platinum. But again, copper is the upside leader.
Yeah, I mean, full disclosure, I'm long the copper ETF, CPER. Tracy talks me into a lot of stuff, but this one was my own idea. I'm pretty long there right now, and I'm going to continue. I'm going to continue to be. But yeah, this is, it's highly correlated with the S&P, but it also has a mind of its own every once in a while. And I think it's kind of expressing that a little bit right now. This is just a daily candle chart we're seeing up here. And we're not too far away from calendar year high. And that's that line up there. That's at 6.86. We still have to take out the previous quarter's high at 6.718, which is going to be a pretty major level here. You can see these swing highs that we saw way back here in May. So we'll see if we could take that out and continue our way up. But the trend is strong right now for sure.
Large specs, the most long they've been in a long time. Commercials, the most short. What typically happens when you see that, Jimmy? When you have large specs, the most long, and commercials, the most short. Who ends up winning that battle?
I'm going to pull mine up real fast.
Last time that happened was May of 24, and it was near a top. So who pointed that out in chat? Someone did. Richie Rich. Good call out. Pretty interesting there.
I still think it's going to be a buy the dip market, even though
Because fundamentals
it could
supersede.
be. Yeah. So I mean, you could have a very large pullbacks. I mean, the chart is tends to have very very large pullbacks, and that's due to now it's kind of joined with the AI capex story. So whenever we've seen copper get hit, if we see earnings come out and the chip makers and the data center builders pull back on even good earnings, you'll see copper move with it.
Yeah. Final thoughts, Jimmy, before we let you go today.
Yeah, I mean, final thoughts for traders today. Keep an eye on the stock index futures. Again, we're going to be a little bit anticipatory between now and the CPI print tomorrow. Keep that in mind. Keep an eye on those initial balances because those have been in play for just about every day except for yesterday, of course. But I do expect some kind of anticipation one way or the other in a breakout.
Yeah, I mean, the NASDAQ chart, I mean, every time I'm looking at it, it's still up a third of 1%. Not a very busy morning. I'm going to talk about that next with Pharm, though. All right, Shai, Jimmy, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's bring in Pharm. We're going to do a little plug with Pharm. Do we do it with or without him? I don't want him sitting there waiting for me too long. Hey, Pharm.
Good morning.
How you doing? Good, bud. How are you?
Doing well. I'm doing very well. I'm feeling a little bit bad for you in chat, expecting the faceless boy and got the fat-faced man instead this morning. So apologies for that, but filling in for T, and we'll do what we can here.
The faceless boy? Yeah, it's...
And he instead got the fat-faced man.
Instead, got the fat-faced man.
That's right.
Really, I mean, that's catchy. That could be a podcast. The faceless man and the fat face, or the faceless boy and the fat-faced man. Episode 1. All right, cool. All right, let's do a little plug here. And the reason why I want to do this plug with you is because therapy, retail therapy, I think me, I don't know, you'll put two and two together. All right, we got Jared Tendler today on the close, retail therapy, live coaching sessions. These are great. I love watching these. I mean, and shout out to the people that come on air and talk with Jared about the issues they're having with trading. Each and every week, I'm typically on the treadmill or working out, and I'm listening to those, and I'm always like, man, these are great, man. And again, shout out to Jared for obviously being our guy when it comes to coaching sessions, but to the traders out there coming on there with him each and every month, I think is pretty awesome. So I'm sorry it's tomorrow, not today. So again, I'm getting ahead of myself. I get excited when I'm with you, Pharm.
Can't blame you.
So I don't. Yeah, the fat face man. All right.
That's right.
Let's take a look at the charts. We'll start with mine. I don't have much to say here. I think it's pretty simple what I'm looking at. Here's what I see, Pharm. And I made a joke earlier. I bought QQQs. I don't normally do that. I normally will buy futures. In my swing account, I'll look at when I look at a swing position or a position I want to hold for a period of time. I bought QQQs just because the way that we were breaking down earlier in NASDAQ, I'm like, of course that's the case. I should have known right then and there when I was hesitant to buy them starting in front of the year-to-date VWAP that I should have just went in all with big NQs because, of course, I had hesitation. Yeah. But I bought some QQQs. And again, now we get back up in here. We're stabilizing right around the standard, one standard deviation from the VWAP. And again, they're not out of the woods by any stretch, but I do think that the NASDAQ, to me, when I look at this, it feels like it's made a bottom. Again, I feel like there was the news. There were several little things that happened at that moment that kind of caused, I would say, I wouldn't really call this much of a capitulation, but nonetheless, it was somewhat of one. And now we have a scenario where I think every day I look at this and I see NASDAQ is up just a little bit more every day. And I think you're going to be in a period now where the indexes go from a divergent period where the NASDAQ was weaker against the Dow, and the Russell's kind of done its own thing, and the S&P, to where now you're going to have, I think, divergence on the upside. I think if the NASDAQ could sit above, I've been saying 29.8 because that's just been a key area for me, and starts to push back up in here, I think it's headed to 32,000. And I think that the S&P, when I look at that on the chart, we'll go to that in a second. Oh, I didn't have it moved over this morning. Is that already at 2 standard deviations. And typically I like to buy the one that is the stronger one. In this situation, I don't feel that way. I think that the S&P is going to struggle. I think that the tape is going to be, if you're a short-term S&P trader, it's already probably been a bit choppy for you, but I think that's going to be the case for a while now. I really do. I hate to say it, but it's like the S&P to me, I mean, I think it's just going to be a chop fest. I mean, you heard about everything that Craig talks about, how the vol guys just have it pinned. It's kind of stuck. I think the NASDAQ's where the volatility is. I think that's what's going to lead us higher. And again, that's just perspective that I give. And I think that if one thing that we should look at, that I looked at for many years, was you could go through these periods and you can trade that spread. I actually like long NASDAQ and short S&P right now. I used to do it on a 5-to-2 spread. You could do it kind of whatever you want. I would trade 5NQ to 2 ES because I think that that's what's going to outperform right now. So like even if we go down, you could have days where the S&P is down more than the NASDAQ, and you maybe could still make money on the spread. So again, that's like the only thing sticking out at me right now that I see in the charts. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The S&P, especially during the cash sessions, right, has just been choppy, sloppy, just a huge mess. I made a joke last week on X that, easy mode had ended and we're entering sloppy mode, right? So not in like hard mode, but just sloppy mode. And that's what it's been, especially during the cash sessions. NQ is definitely infinitely more tradable. It still has been a little bit gross during some of the cash sessions. But it's at least behaving and respecting levels that make sense. Whereas, ES will just stop in some random spot that makes no sense, and then chop around, chop to the upside and stop at some random spot, chop back down to the downside. So I'm kind of with you that in terms of a day trade vehicle, I feel like NQ is far superior right now. I mean, I won't rehash all the higher time frame stuff from Sunday and Monday. Went over a bit of that, but we're at this big test here, and for NQ, I mean, to me, it's this 30,069, and really up to this 30,269 spot, basically. Above there, it's going, is where I'm at with this thing. If it remains capped below there, then maybe sellers have a chance. But there's no reason to be bearish this at all. And I'll show this. This I will reiterate. Flipping to RTH only, you've got this big RTH bullish gap, and we're well above that. We haven't even come down and tested it. Haven't come close, and we sit in what is now a 5-day balance on NQ. And so while we're within that balance, you can trade it both ways and expect to see two-way trading. And right now we're just kind of playing ping pong between these weekly levels. This is probably an opportunity this morning. I feel like we came in and we swept out. This was last night, actually, early last night. We came out and we swept yesterday's cash hours low. If they want to run them, this is probably the opportunity to do so. But basically, for now, we're just sort of ping-ponging between these two weekly levels. It's 28,891 to 911, and down to 29,644 to 669. So not going anywhere until we break basically this 5-day range. And, I said over the weekend, even if it does break to the downside, there's still plenty of room for some kind of a higher low, right? We haven't even retraced, 38.2% of the leg from, this recent swing low to now. So there's nothing to be excited about on the bearish side to me. ES has been more constructive, like you said, it's been stronger. It just refuses to pull back. But I also see weakness to the upside. I feel like NQ actually has a clearer path to the upside, just based on the progress it has made through last week's range and clearing some supply. But ES just doesn't, I mean, it just doesn't want to pull back to like any kind of meaningful level worthy of even an intraday dip buy. Really yesterday, just all day, had no interest in buying them. So like for today, in terms of trades, it was a fun night, right? We basically just has ping ponged these weekly levels. I feel like if you get failed pushes through yesterday's high, you could get a reversion back down. This 820 is going to be key if we're coming at it from above. If that then is offered, I think we can come back to 730s. This 737, like 730 to 740 was just absolutely insane. Mega bid yesterday, all day, was a big spot. Again, you can see we swept it out. Sure, like Asia hadn't even had their first morning cup of coffee yet, and then now look at the hold of yesterday's cash hours low from above. So to me, this leans very constructive. So I would almost rather this stay inside. Yeah, I mean, we got 35 minutes to open. It's going to ruin this now that I'm saying it, but I would rather this stay inside yesterday's range ahead of the open. Maybe see some kind of a pullback. And I would generally be leaning to buy dips and give bulls their chance, their sort of second chance up here at this 891 to 911, and into this 956 to 969. The big test though is going to be around last week's high to see if they can break that and go. For ES, again, kind of choppy, sloppy mess. If this kind of 77.95 spot remains offered, I don't know. I mean, like in theory, we could be coming down here to the 77.46 to 51. Like it just doesn't want to dip. It's been maddening. I would have hoped for a little bit more of a dip yesterday. We didn't even make it to yesterday's low last night, right? So while NQ was selling off below yesterday's low, ES didn't even make it there. I was using 71 to 81 half as sort of like its decision point. So again, if you get failed pushes through yesterday's high, or if you're short from here, which I don't think is unreasonable, you're going to need 81 half to flip off or to find any meaningful traction back towards 71. So if this 81 half just bids off of this pullback here, then I think we're heading back towards yesterday's high. So I would definitely rather trade NQ. I feel like it's an unfortunate location to be opening the cash session. This was amazing last night, and now we're just sort of decision mode. I don't necessarily want to randomly short it here. But I'm not really willing to initiate a long either. So literally just pop those two weekly levels on your chart there. That's what I'll be watching for today. I feel like if we come back and defend a dip, not allow it to get to yesterday's cash hours low on a cash hours basis, it's your opportunity to try to front run that break to the upside, that 5-day break. And I know everybody's talking about gold, so I'll give gold a couple of minutes here. I've talked about it for the last couple of days. I mean, like, first and foremost, like, you get these people last night on X that haven't mentioned a damn thing about gold in months, right? And all of a sudden, they're very, very excited about buying gold at resistance. Like, just all over FinTwit, bull sperming about how amazing gold is and it's going to the moon. And I just kindly asked them to shut the hell up because, bull sperming into resistance generally does not end well, right? So we got a little ruggy on them, and they got what they needed. So we'll see. I do think there is some risks off this spot. It's just a huge spot. Everybody's got a reason why this is a big spot, whether it's a fib or whether it's supply and demand or whether it's volume profile. Like literally everybody has a spot here. The 200 days there. Let's pick a little better spot to bull sperm in on gold. So I do want to see how it behaves. I mean, if it does bid 4,500s, I mean, it could find some room, but it's not the spot to be slamming them in long. So I had some leverage on that. I took a bunch off on gold. I still have the miners. I'm really wanting to hold the miners into a pullback. I feel a little bit better about that. So I'm well managed up here. And then I just want to see how this week plays out, what this weekly profile ends up looking like relative to last. And then we'll see what the next move is going to be. In terms of like day trades, you could actually potentially day trade this. Like, honestly, I should have shorted this last night right here. I kind of wanted to, and it was just time to go to bed, I think. But I think you could potentially long some kind of a fresh sweep of this overnight low, like maybe for some kind of a reversion long. And I think we could come down maybe into this 4,400 range and find bids. But I do think working against this on the short side is fine, especially like maybe tomorrow or something if we see continued weakness and a downtrend off this kind of 44.60 spot, 44.90s. I think being short a couple of days might work out. And I say that again, very long, the gold miners, and with just a little bit of gold leverage on still left. So please don't bull sperm into resistance and bear sperm into support. It's just not a good look. So that's where I'm at today. I like NQ way better than ES, and I could trade JC both ways today, I think.
I mean, again, we're in complete agreement here. You know, it's funny when you listen to like our macro crew and they talk about why gold has been probably strengthening. You know, it's interesting, and I understand it from that perspective. You have a scenario where the jobs market's getting a little bit weaker, and then you're going to have rates that potentially are going to get cut. I don't think that's going to be anytime soon, but again, it's on that path. And then gold, with all of the chaos and mayhem that's always happening in the world, it likes those weak moments in jobs and rates to step in. But technically, man, it's like, if there's anything else I like on the charts, which is not a ton right now, I like long NASDAQ, short S&P for the spread, and I like short gold on rallies. Not easy to short gold, but for short-term day traders, you have a primary trend, you have a mean reversion back in, and you heard Pharm. Everybody's getting super excited about it on socials when it has a 10% rally off a low in a bearish trend for the year. Now, again, if you go beyond a year, it is a bullish trend, of course. But, again, I talked about this earlier with Shai. Those things don't just turn around like that, and all of a sudden gold is back to what it was last year. I don't think so. We'll check in later about it. But, Pharm, great to be here with you here on this Tuesday. What do you think? We asked for some likes for a potential, another new podcast with the hair and the fat-faced man. I think that has legs. Am I wrong?
Sounds good. Let's do it. We got to do it.
I mean, I think, can we get 70 likes? 70 likes, and you and I are going to be on Discord in a couple of weeks. Me, you, and
that's right.
And Pax.
I'll be there.
You think we'll get a word in edgewise once he gets going? You know, he's like a wind-up doll. You know what I mean?
No.
Once you get him going.
Needs a little shot collar because you can't even interrupt him, right? So I mean, it's got to be like a little shot collar, maybe on his wrist or something. It just zaps him with 100 volts or something like that. That's probably a lot. I don't know, but he probably needs it, right? You can't do that with his heart.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to give him a little zap. So
that's it's a great idea. I mean, I love that. It's brilliant, really. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right, Pharm. Until next time, I'll see you soon.
See you. Take care, Deli.
All right, everybody. And, of course, make sure you go follow Pharm on the Sunday night show, which is always great. And, of course, what he's doing with his Discord, and follow him on X. You will not be disappointed. You will learn and definitely be entertained. But you got to listen closely. All right, quick plug, and then we're going to get to Black Boxes here on this Tuesday. Coming up on Thursday, Vince Desiano, Carmine Rosado, otherwise known as Jersey Shore, here on Thursdays. I'm not going to be here on Thursday, otherwise that's exactly how I would lead this off. Trade the Open, 9 a.m. Eastern. My Italian brothers from another mother. Like I said, Jersey Shore comes to Thursdays on NinjaTrader Live. I really wish they were here so I could bust their chops in person about that, but I'll be in chat for sure. You don't want to miss that. Those are my boys. And honestly, if you look at two guys that are really just solid, I mean, I follow Desiano's stuff for stocks. The dude's a beast, and Carmine's a great equity index trader. I'm really super excited to have them here. And don't worry, we're not losing the other guys on Thursday. My boy Jack and Nick Furtick. We're going to be rotating everybody in. A lot of love here on the network. And going to be interesting to see when single stock futures finally catch a little bit of volume, which they're slowly chipping away at. That's going to be the last thing I talk about today before I bring in the boys. Watch single stock futures. Start pulling them up. I think you need to have them on your charts. Take a look. And when they're game time ready, when they're ready for the lights, we'll be doing it here on NinjaTrader Live. I'm super excited about it. It's a massive, I think it's going to be a massive shift for a lot of people coming from zero-dated options, people that are just trading, single stocks on their own are going to be coming to single stock futures, but it's going to take time. Everything takes time. It'll be there. But start pulling them up on your charts and be ready for some of that live trading here on NinjaTrader Live when it's ready. All right. Speaking of being ready, it's about that time for Black Boxes. Let's get ready to trade the open with Merritt Black and Christian trading boxes. gentlemen. Well, look at you two came in completely normal today. I have nowhere to go with this segment.
Yeah, we're saving it for later. Don't worry.
Save it
Look
for
normal
later.
too. I mean, what are we going to talk about? Should we just end the stream? I mean,
Production.
who are
Give
we
me
going to make
something
fun
here.
of today?
There's nothing here. We get just three normal
Tracy,
dudes.
I need some content.
Normal dudes hanging out.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing?
All right. We're doing good. How about you guys? Any positions? Anything?
No. Staying light before the events this week.
Pretty quiet on the Western Front. I think there's been some interesting moves in markets overall, but nothing overnight. No.
Yeah.
You got to
Somebody
teach
goes,
me.
just-
I've never heard about this 2-5 spread or whatever.
Oh gosh, you know what's so funny, Merritt? Let me tell you a funny story. You want to talk about the trade that I got out of that I should have just bought it and just never covered it? So I bought the NASDAQ S&P spread at 0. So I bought 5 NASDAQ, 5 NQ, and I sold 2 S&Ps when it was at 0. So if you go back and look, it's probably 2000. It's probably 2000. I remember it was actually up at 0.
Because of the creation of the
went down.
product?
No, because the NASDAQ broke so hard it went back down to where the S&P and the NASDAQ were both at 1,000.
Oh.
I bought it at 0. So if you think about it, right? So that's the spread. So I look at it and go, so me and my partner Vince at the time, I was doing the ARB with him, and we were always trading. A lot of times when it would get slow and choppy, we'd go up there and just buy 5 NQ in the pit, and we'd sell 2 S&P if we think we're going to grind higher, because we basically, if I don't remember exactly what the NASDAQ point structure was then, because it's changed a few times. But nonetheless,
Right.
It was like it came out to where, let's just say where it is today, it's $20 a point. So 5 for 1 point would be $100, right? So if the NASDAQ, because it's $20 a point, it's $100. So if the S&P, you hold 2 for 1 point, it's $100.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it's 1 for 1, right? So again, so I bought that at 0. So you think about that. So what is it at today? 29,847 minus 7,800. It's 22,000. See what I mean? So like, I like to trade that spread. So if I think the NASDAQ is going to outperform or underperform, it's a way to just be long or short that at an equal point spread in terms of dollar amount. Now, some people are going to have an equation that say, oh, it's really 5 to 3.1 and just use micros.
Like vol
okay,
adjusted.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, whatever. I like to take risks, so I put on the one that's maybe a little more riskier. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm
Sorry, not
so
sorry.
anyway.
That's cool.
Yeah. So that's it. But for you guys today, let's start with Chris. Chris, I'm curious what you're seeing here in NQ. Again, I think it's going to be the outperformer to the upside from here. I mean, I'm pretty bullish this tape. What are you seeing in your world today?
So, big picture here, we reclaimed back the part to, we were in a range from middle of July. We broke down, we reclaimed it on the big push last beginning of the month. And ever since then, we sort of tested the ranges. We've been consolidating now here as we get close to these events here the next 2 days. So as long as we continue to hold this, I mean, my sort of line in the sand short term, from swing perspective on all the swings that I have is this Thursday low. That was the first higher low after the move. So as long as we can sort of still hang around this, it's still a healthy environment. Can that sort of fail and come back lower, maybe create a deeper lower low in case we do sell off on some news and then push back up? Yeah. But in the event that we do not do that, this is so far a correction through time. I think this is 6 days now that we've been correcting sideways. So we've have enough energy here to push out. Overnight, we did backtest the smaller bull bear zone, right? The midpoint of this range that we've been in for the 5 days. We tested this overnight. It sounded like people were getting pretty bearish because a lot of memory stocks and AI names were selling off to the close yesterday, but now are gapping up. So as long as we continue to hold this today, the 670s, 680s in NQ, we can continue higher. We are attempting a breakout here. So if there's an immediate directional push here, the next logical place would be this 970s, 980s at prior day high. If that can hold maybe prior week high. But, if we fail again, hey, back down to the bull bear zone here. But all this pretty much is telling me is, hey, mean reversion tape until we get more info on what we're waiting on. And then from there, a bigger directional push outside of this range, which I agree with you. A lot of names in the market, but outside of tech as well, are near all-time highs. So why wouldn't we go up higher, right? We're above all moving averages. We're in a bullish market. ES is at all-time highs. You have almost every sector near all-time highs, except the AI world, but those can catch up here. And if they bounce, and tech can lead higher, of course.
Yeah, again, I talked about single stock futures earlier. I mean, they don't have quite the volume they need yet, I think, for under the lights at this moment. But again, we're keeping a close eye on them, and they've been getting better every day, which is great news. And again, they'll get there. Merritt,
Yeah.
what are you seeing?
I think it's fascinating where we're at. If I bring over like some long-term type view stuff here, the S&P has ran all this top left chart here is the yearly VWAP and its standard deviations. It ran all the way to that usual spot, which is that +2 standard deviation. Really tough to sustain upside momentum once you kind of reach that spot. So that's where the S&P is at. Let's flip over to the NASDAQ. NASDAQ was not in an imbalance up for the year. It was rotational. It went all the way to VWAP. That puts it in a sideways rotational state for how I see markets. Its rotation up here has been to what we call developing value area high, that first standard deviation. So this is quite frankly, a really bearish inflection, or at least a spot where it's really tough for more upside momentum on both indices, but for different reasons. The S&P, it's in a strong uptrend, but it's really tough to maintain from this point. The NASDAQ is actually at what I would call a bearish setup location for the year. So really, really interesting spot to watch how this zone, the past 3, 4, 5 days, right? This kind of balance that we've been in. If you look at my volume profile over here, you can take a look at that profile from last week. That distribution, nothing changes outside of that, but a break below that distribution, a lot of downside, I think, in those markets. And I'll give you one market that I think is quite interesting right now, and that is, shout out to Jimmy Caggs, Dr. Copper. Dr. Copper. And I'm just going to focus on this yearly chart right here. +2 standard deviation again, big blow off top that took out these highs. And now, if you look at, say, this 2-hour chart down here, bottom left, now that we've put in the blow off top, this is a little bear flag pattern. So blow off top plus bear flag on the right shoulder of it, if that starts breaking down, that's a pattern with a little bit of edge there that I like.
And it's interesting because Tracy said that before Congress left for recess, that there was a bill on the table that was really focused on a lot to do with copper and production, and so there's a lot of uncertainty there. And so again, we all know that the copper trade has really been in play this year from the beginning of the year. I don't know how much it's up percentage-wise, but it's quite substantial, and it's really because of the AI-driven, need for copper and all the build-out of the plants and all that. And again, so you have this moment. It's not done like what gold and silver have done, where it's like just had these crazy moves.
Right? Was it a bubble?
Out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so now I think a lot is pinned on, Tracy says from the fundamental side, what happens from the news. It's just a news backdrop. Doesn't mean much, but I think it's just kind of interesting to hear you talk about how, like, again, blow off top, people probably try and chase it higher. It doesn't happen again, and then, kind of fits in that theme. And also,
yeah,
too,
little long inventory caught up here, perhaps.
Exactly. And if we go back to the COT data, which we talked about earlier, I thought that was really interesting. I don't know if you have Jason Shapiro's indicator on your chart. it's a great indicator, and it shows the COT data on Ninja. And when you look at copper, so copper right now is the most large specs, the most long they've been, going back 4 years. And the last time they were near a peak where we had the large specs this long, I'll give you the exact week it was May of 2024. So if you could look at that, it's pretty interesting. Look at what we did in May of 24. It's the last time that the large specs have been this long. And back in May of 2024 was a high of 521. And the following month, we broke down to 2 months, we broke down to 390. So again, just a little interesting tidbit there.
Yeah,
I
very
like
much.
COT data for commodities. And when you get them really long in the tooth on large specs, something to watch. Boys, that's it. I came back on a Tuesday just for you guys.
And added value multiple times. That's
Yeah,
really
look
unlike
at
you.
that. I mean, geez, my day's over. All right. That's all I needed.
Hey, I want that kind of
very
shit.
normal.
Show up
Very
for a few
normal
hours,
Tuesday.
Talk to friends, and then, all right, I'm out.
That's it. All right, guys. Well, you guys have a good day. Chat, it's been a slice. Thank you so much for being here with me this Tuesday morning. Show some love for my boys. Hit like and subscribe. We're near 250. We don't know what we're doing yet, but we're going to do something fun. You know that. So, everyone, I'll see you tomorrow.
See you,
Later.
brother.
You take care. Maybe see you later in the month, maybe not.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, chat.
Merritt.
Evening. I was trying to pull up some of this COT data. That's
Morning, all. How's everybody doing? Cats, good to see you. Cooper. Oh, Shab's in the house.
morning, Shab.
Ola. KTS. Yo Mama. GMO. See what we get today, okay?
You ever messed around with the COT data? It's kind of more in your purview as a predominant swing trader.
Sometimes with Bitcoin stuff, but other than that, not really.
With Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think it doesn't track any individual stocks, if I remember correctly.
Correct. Commercials.
Celestino. Hey, where's Market, Mr. Market? I don't know if you guys remember last week, I kept saying that, if you guys were in the Santa Monica area, tacos on me. Well, Mr. Market showed up and he had some really good tacos on me. So the only person that showed up, but again, you guys are all international, so it makes sense. We enjoyed some tacos and then I left to go to a show.
What really happened was I found out the exact time you were having your taco party, and I had a Nashville taco party, and everyone came to that.
So you had hot chicken sandwiches, and that's your tacos.
Exactly. There you go.
Okay.
The COT data is fun. I love to pull it up and explore it, and I've just never found a way to really deploy it for what I do, but I think it's really cool. I like the way Shapiro does it. I was in his group for a while and learned from him, and it was cool.
He's pretty much getting long when what he sees on there is short.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's why his stuff is called crowded market. He looks for crowded markets, right? That kind of inventory that's maxed out, for historical standards. And then he looks for specific triggers and stuff, and to kind of when to pull, when to time up a trade. It's cool. Long-term stuff compared to most everything I do.
Yeah.
Well, are we in for a little bit of watching paint dry today?
Yeah, it looks like that.
That's a good throwback, History Legends. I don't
All
know
right,
what's
let's see here.
There's one micro and missing data.
What's going on with these stocks?
Well, one thing, this doesn't directly fix your issue, sci flows, but one thing I always recommend is to do your charting, do your analysis on the mini, and then just have execution on micros. That's a strong recommendation. You guys obviously find what works for you or whatnot, but that's a good best practice, I believe. It's like how many derivatives removed do we want to analyze? Let's get closest to the baseline derivative, not the derivative of the derivative of the derivative.
The what?
The who? Who's on first?
Who's on first? What's on second? I don't know's on third.
That was a good bit. Probably very few in the chat are old enough to know that one. You know what's another good bit? I was laughing with someone the other day. Chat, any of you seen the SNL skit? I wish I knew her name. The kind of the smaller blonde chick, where they're sitting around almost like in a group, not psychology, like group therapy type setting, and they're talking about their experience having been abducted by aliens. If you guys haven't seen that bit, store that one for after the. I'm hearing it's Kate McKinnon. If y'all haven't seen that bit, I mean Ryan Gosling's in it. They all break character. It's so funny. They literally can't hold it together. Alien abduction skit. Definitely look that one up sometime. It's funny. Yeah, eventually we'll talk about markets. There's just not much to do right now. Let's take a look at
That back to red. What?
At the
Something
S&P.
I
What is
woke
it,
up
buddy?
in a dirty metal dome and 40 little gray aliens watched me pee in a steel bowl.
What? Somebody said, Chris, turn that back to red. What did I change to black? Or what did I change color on? This is RSI history.
794.
Yeah, our side down here with the setting of 5. 5 tracks the 9 SMA trend really well. So I focus on that.
The algo's doing great. It's doing really good. It's I think it's at like 8R or so for August.
Oh, I like that.
It's the most important thing is that every day the system reconciles. Okay, here's how it traded in the live forward test. Now that the day's done, it runs the back test on that data, and it's just tracking perfectly. So that was the most important thing to start to prove that. Still small sample size, but it's good to see that slippage is not unexpected. In fact, oh no, it's not. It's not any. For a while, the slippage was positive compared to the backtest model, so that was interesting. It's at 0.6 ticks slippage in reality right now.
Hey, Larry.
Mr. Monopoly, yeah, the fellowship. It's like any other group of 30 people. You have some people who life gets in the way and they're falling out of the program and not staying in touch. You have some people who are killing it, excelling, top of the heap. You always have a mixed bag with large groups of traders like that. But yeah, very, very great program, and a lot of folks still in it. I don't, when that program ends, as long as you're still in the TEP program, you're still in the program. You still have full access to me and the team and whatnot. No one has made it to the desk yet. They are taking the risk responsibly. They're not just YOLOing an eval, right? So it takes time to build those results.
Time, guys. Okay. You have to be patient. Patient.
So if we look at what the S&P is doing here on this top left weekly chart, we've got a pretty good prominent distribution. I was kind of alluding to this with Crudele on kind of the pre-market talk. This zone here, let's just call it 77.90, down to 77.25. That's kind of the main distribution from last week. What's the story? What's the narrative that's unfolding this week? Well, we keep knocking on the door of the upper edge, retracing down, but not traversing. So it's a little bit of a case of what's not happening. Test the upper edge, pull back a little bit, test the upper edge, pull back a little bit, test the upper edge, pull back a little bit, and now we're testing the upper edge. So definitely a case of what's not happening, which is more normal market movement, where if you test the upper edge and fail, especially on the second time with this wick through, you expect it to at least get to this LVN here, if not the full other side of the main distribution. It's unable to do that. The sellers are unable to be strong enough to do that. So, it's at a bearish inflection, but there is this annoying element, if you will, of bullishness from a what's not happening perspective.
So, Sina, you can send me a message on X. Talk about it. Okay, so we're potentially putting in that hourly higher low here on the NQ where we hold and the A20 zones, right? We're sort of flirting around this zone here. If we can hold here into the open, then I will be looking for longs into prior day high. But I am a bit cautious because I do think we're going to see some chop. So let's see what happens here.
Choppy, choppy, to boppy.
Choppy, choppy, to boppy.
Nobody says it better than that.
Call me Poppy? I'm going to tell him that. He'll freak out. Okay, new lows. Right into the hourly 9 SMA. Let's see how we react here. Well, you know what? I can move this over here. Let me see. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Okay, so the hourly 9 SMA is failing. That means we can move down into that prior day low 680s area, and I'm looking to engage there on a long.
Algo shorted 85.75.
Oh, Jesus, what's going on here? Why are my stocks down, guys? All right, so I'm looking to see if price can come down to prior day low, maybe the overnight low here at 670. So I'm interested in a long there. If we bounce from here, then it's pretty much in the middle of nowhere. I need to be patient here. I'm going to focus on these stocks though. Okay, so far everything's kind of okay. Down. What do we got here? All right, we continue a bit lower. We're coming into my version of London low. I don't know what the correct one is, but mine is at 717. So there, or into the bull bear zone that I talked about before, which is, so far we're seeing scenario 2 here. We are coming down here into support. So we have this prior day low, London low area here around 717. If that doesn't create a reaction, I'm looking to see if we can come down to the overnight low, which is actually the bull bear zone of this multi-day consolidation here, where we saw a pretty big bounce last night. So I'm looking to engage there for a long, since we're still in a technical, we're still above the daily bullish filter that I have. My stocks are getting hit. Stop it. Stop it. Good thing I partialed out of HPE yesterday. All right, we made it to the bull bear zone here at 680s. Let's see how the reaction looks. This is the line in the sand for this 5 or now 6 day consolidation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 day. So it's the line in the sand. If it fails, then we're going to see much lower. Maybe down to last Thursday's low. Where is that? Yeah, 300 area.
I'll have to be a little I'll have to play all things algo a little close to the vest. So I won't be sharing everything about it. I can't have people reverse engineering stuff and things
How
like
dare
that.
you? How dare you?
Look, when discretionary trading, I'll teach it to the world and help anybody and everybody in that way. But systematic stuff, if that's being shared publicly, it's a red flag. I met John Netto. He came to the desk in New York one time. But no, I have not read his books. What's my mother's lasagna recipe? That's really out of left field, Glenn. I don't have it off the top of my head though, sorry.
Have you tried the lasagna? It's my favorite.
You're having coffee and pie with the king. Exactly. I guess that was probably the joke. I missed it. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm slow. I'm slow.
Now you guys know what I deal with.
What is it, bud?
What'd you say now? Oh Jesus, I gotta buy this.
You buying this?
No, not this. Sorry, I'm buying some stock.
Oh,
We are here. I need to wait for my setup. I need to wait for the technical alignment of every star in order to tell me. I need to see what phase of the moon we are in. I bought CTAS as we're breaking out of a double inside day into support.
Jason, no, I was not in the music business. No. I played guitar, violin. I was on the drum line in high school. I play mandolin, it's because you play violin. So music's a big part of our kind of family's fabric and playing. We sit around and the kids play and my wife plays and she can sing. I can't sing. But no, not as a business. This is that point in the algo trade where I'm like, don't you see it's traversed DVA and that there's buying coming in and that there's a momentum shift? We need to be out of this thing. Just gotta let it go. Different system. Yes, I do play the fiddle technically.
And if we bounce higher or we wait.
I was lucky growing up. There was a grandmaster fiddle player. That's a competitive designation I got to take lessons from. So I definitely was a fiddle player. I played, hoedowns and jigs and waltzes and hornpipes and all that stuff.
Jesus, what happened to my Google?
Little orange blossom special. That'll get you going. So a little shorter term view here. We talked about the weekly profile. Let's take a look at the daily. Take a look at the profile from yesterday. Okay, right here. Ignore today's profile. We're not concerned with that. What's happened? Nothing's happened. We tested the lower edge, found buyers, bounced around in the middle area, went up to the upper edge. That's where we are now, found sellers. So nothing has changed in terms of value or value migration or acceptance relative to what the market gave us yesterday.
We're at my spot, the bull bear zone. Stampy, yes, those are support and resistance zones that I have plotted here on the chart.
It's a great question here from Dome Replace. I've locked my execution. Any thoughts on doing hypos at the end of a period? So I guess after the first half hour of the session, as opposed to doing them pre-market. Doing them pre-market feels off, like I'm assuming or predicting or something. Yeah, that's a great question, and good on you for kind of sharing that you know, internal voice that you're hearing about doing that. It just depends on. Look, it's a continuum. It's a continuum. The markets are always progressing and evolving. So really, when you do the prep, it's just a more of a personal choice and what works for, or what you need to know and when you need to know it. Doing it after the first half hour of the day, it might help you in a way that maybe you're not realizing yet, which is you may have a little bit of a gap between, from a creativity and envisioning perspective of what might unfold and seeing those scenarios. It might be easier for you to do it a little ways into the session because it's closer, it's more real. Hey, if that works for you, that's great. Yeah, that's probably it. I would encourage you to try to, one thing that helps me do it sooner is to use my global crosshair across multiple time frames. So just drag it around and then look visually at those multiple time frames and envision, if the market went up here, what would that mean on this time frame and this time frame if you're doing that, right? If it's not multi-time frame, then just work on kind of closing that gap of being able to see things, those if-then scenarios a little bit. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with doing it. And one thing that you could do would be to do the pre-market one, because I think that's best to work towards, and then do a brand new one as A period's coming to a close. And that's going to give you that's almost like the back test, forward test kind of thing that I'm doing with the systematic strategy. It's going to give you kind of a test and then a way to check your work a little bit. So. You're welcome.
That was a failure at prior date low in NQ.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Not for the S&P. Interesting. S&P feels like it's still got a little energy to unwind on the downside. But this is not a good trade location to be initiating a short.
All right, I'm interested in a long here. We are into the second lower low on this 2-minute structure. Lower low one, lower high one, second lower low, right into that bull bear zone. We did reject that, or we tried to reclaim in prior day low and we failed. So this is the spot. If we truly are going to see much lower, then we have to fail here tremendously, expeditiously, and then go to 520s. So let's see what happens here. Memory names are weak. I mean, we can't see a pullback into the daily 9 SMA here, which would make sense. That would be Thursday slow. Failure here gets us there. So let's say we don't hold this bull bear zone and we fail to reclaim it, then what we could do is form acceptance, and then into that wedging structure, that's what I'll look to get short for a move into that area. But if we don't get that, then we can easily hold here, bounce, and then chop. I mean, ES is down too, but it hasn't really gave back much. So it's still above London's high, London low, and prior day low. It's just memory names are weak. Prior leaders are just bringing everything down.
That's awesome, Simple X. Yeah, I agree, KTV. I think, who knows, right? But that's certainly what that's what I meant earlier about that kind of a little more energy to be released to the downside, maybe a little stop run through that area.
Yeah, if you're short, write it.
Yep.
This is the 2-minute Stampy.
Let's be honest though, this selling on the tape has not been very seller aggressive heavy. That's something I'm aware of down here. And the new normal in markets is let's put in the crappiest multiple touch high and low and just leave it there and run away from it. That's the new normal. And then at like on the session reopen or at like 9 p.m., Central Time, let's go run that area like we should have done when we were there. That's the new normal. I'm not saying it's not tradable, but I am saying it's annoying. You in a position?
Yeah.
What you got? Talk to us.
Not a fan of it. Taking a long here. I took it a little too aggressive versus waiting for my actual entry. I'll stick with it. We're at the bull bear zone. We're into scenario 2.12 for me. It's come down to this bull bear zone. If we can hold here, we can bounce back up and stay in the upper 50% of this 5-6 day range. Maybe chop around. But I just, I tend to see that we don't have big moves like with follow through before these events, and we chop around and we go range bound. So if we can hold here at the bull bear zone line, it would make sense for us to then see a bounce. But I'm sort of going against the 2-minute trend here. It's still weak. I did take an aggressive entry versus waiting for my long.
Iculus, what do you mean? What a gold short? You like the setup here?
Stocks are bouncing. My stocks are bouncing. Oh, TWLO bounce. Software still strong. Yeah, software's bouncing. SMH names at lows.
Gold channel has been very tight. Short from 44.62.
So names are
44.62.
bouncing.
That's a
Some
good
AI
location.
names.
Nice trade.
If memory names can bounce and this bull bear zone will hold,
No short-term trades here, guys. Just the algo fired off the short right here at the open, wherever it was the price. 85.75. So not as good as I was pointing at. It was right here. And then no discretionary trades for me yet. I'm willing and able. S&P perking up here, Chris. It's trying.
yeah, I need memory names to perk up. I need SMH to bounce. That's what's dragging things down. Software is bouncing. Banks are at highs, so that's
I feel
helping
like
ES big time.
you oftentimes, you almost like think out loud. You have this internal narration where you're just going through like sectors. Could you talk to us about how that actually makes its way into your process?
Yeah, since I swing trade a lot, I'm able to see what's happening at most of all sectors that I'm watching, and so I tend to get a quick idea of what's the sector that's dragging price lower or leading, and I sort of focus on that. It helps me sort of say, okay, the rest, like right now, software is bouncing already. It's the leading tech sector. Then you have mags, financials, industrials. They're helping ES push higher. So the only one dragging is semiconductors. If they can put in a low and bounce, then I know that where we are location wise in NQ, it's a pretty big important level. It's the bull bear zone of the 6-day range. Then I know that there can be a fight put in here. And I sort of add that as, additional context because I'm already aligning a lot of things and framing this idea here on the 2-minute. But looking at those sectors, that helps me sort of say, okay, I know what the market's doing, and I know that if this zone does have a good probability of bouncing. But if it remains weak and goes for new lows, then NQ will make a new low. This will be a failed breakout. And it goes with the idea that we can be range bound today before the events this week. We're at the major bull bear zone. I put a lot of importance to that because when we truly break the bull bear zone of a range, then at that point the structure changes. One party now dominates, right? So we do lose it. Sellers will dominate and seek lower prices, which ultimately can be Thursday's low. But if it fails, then we know that buyers are still here. I know that in the short term, for me, shorts are not going to work, or they're going to have lower probability. And then this is sort of that edge where you talk about like, your edges and the edges. Like to me, that's this location here. Like this is the spot for longs to hold, buyers to hold. And if not, then we can traverse to the other side. And there we go. Now let's see if we can reclaim prior day low. Oh, we did for NQ. Can we now hold prior day low? Because in the last early bounce, 15 minutes ago, we did reclaim it a little bit and then we sold off. So this is now going to be a battle of, hey, can we back test it real quick and then push out? If so, then cool. But it can still be choppy. So if I can get a good trade here into the open, call it a session.
The theme continues for the session in the S&P. Weak sellers, strong buyers on the tape.
All right, just took some off at 1.4R. Now my risk's paid plus more, and I can look for my real targets, which would be this 830 zone. And because we are in an uptrend, I like to hold my other partials for the rest of the day if I can, right? Like if this becomes a daily candle higher low, then I want to make sure I participate in the full trend higher. And then here on the 2-minute, we had a perfect lower low, lower high, second lower low. If you guys watch my develop your edge segment, into the second lower low, 80% of the time the trend is over, right? So we got that. We had an RSI divergence, which I look at that. It tells me that the new low, my view of it is invalidated. Like, buyers are now showing up and the momentum is not behind that second push. Again, location based, this was the best location that I can think of for a long. And so I put risk on. Nice, Hurricane. Waiting for 10 a.m. I like location better. If we're at a location that is really strong, I need to put on risk there.
Location, location, location.
Like it's better than the times that you guys hear, Like I'm not gonna miss a move because I was waiting for a time when the opportunity set up at that location. Semi names bouncing now. Software's leading. Man, Twilio bouncing good hold there. Ooh, nice breakout in Meta. So Max and software leading tech. You have financials at highs. You have industrials pushing out, a little bit weak now. RTY near highs. So, it's an uptrend. Like we're in a bull market. I can move my stop to break even. Yes, but my level is not invalidated yet. If I move my stop to break even here, then price can come back down, test that level again. It can end up being a higher low against the low, but guess what? I got stopped out because of how I felt, right? So I rather in an uptrend give price the opportunity to dance around and figure itself out. Like, we know who. Okay, don't make me bring that back up again. But, price has to figure itself out. So if I move my stop now, then I'm going to get in the way in between that. Now, can it work this time? Can it come back down and stop me out? Yeah. but then that's going to be a change of character. But I don't know that yet. I'll move my stop to break even when we push up to like 3 or 4R, because at that point, after seeing that kind of big move, and we've been trending maybe for an hour, and if we come back all the way down to stop me out, then at that point there is a change of character, and then I have to listen to that information. But until then, I just, there's no need to move your stop to break even for me, and I wouldn't suggest it.
Chris, there's a question in the chat. What do you think of letting AI trade for you?
I think it'll be worth it in the future. I don't know if I'll trust it with a lot of capital, at least not right now. Maybe in the future that'll change. But I just can't imagine, like if you have certain, let's say under 6 figures, okay.
What are you talking about right now, dude? You gonna let AI trade for you? Just say, make me some money, please, and just go have tacos? What are you talking about, dude?
Am I not situationally aware?
So as long as it's under 6 figures, it's cool?
I think for me, yes. For my risk profile, for my risk profile for an algo.
They didn't say algo, they said AI.
AI, because I can make that, I can make that loss up through my own trading.
What?
If I'm,
I don't even know if he's serious right now.
I am.
I wish he was joking.
You can too, right? So I know you're comfortable with that.
What are you talking about, dude?
But like, big 6 figures, probably not. I don't want AI to, all of a sudden be down a house. And I was like, okay, I'm the dummy who put my money into it. But you know what, guys? Believe it or not, AI is already making trades for you guys. Or, 401ks, retirement accounts, they all have robo-advisors. They're all rebalancing based on a calculation. Maybe it's not day trading, but it's all being ran by that. Like, you think pension funds are doing manual trading at multi-billion dollar portfolios? No.
I think some pension funds, and I know this firsthand, still pick up the phone to make some trades.
Really?
Yeah. And I would argue that you're right, that it's in many cases not a human that's doing the rebalancing, but it's also not an LLM that's making any decisions. It's an algorithm that's, has the formula for the rebalance. It's not like ChatGPT, hey, rebalance the, CalPERS for us, please. Don't make any mistakes.
Yeah. When my girlfriend was on the East Coast, she was on the trade desk, and all they would be
longer than a decade, Joe.
Their trading was on an Excel sheet.
Absolutely.
Not exactly an Excel sheet, but that platform. That's all their trading was. They didn't look at any charts or anything like that.
The fanciest, sexiest platforms are only on the retail side. Only.
Yeah.
You go to an institutional desk, it's because they have such often legacy systems, such tremendous compliance, red tape, risk systems, all these things. It is a very, very different world. They have to use multiple platforms, and a lot of it it's very back-end sophisticated and front-end just hideous. Yeah, it's a different world.
Hi, Chris. Can I ask you about your indicators you got on Ninja? I also trade with Ninja, but I wonder how I can improve my ability to look and read things out. So I have my zones indicator, which are these green and red lines, an RSI indicator, and then moving averages. That's pretty much it. It's I like to think it's simple, but maybe others who don't have moving averages think it's maybe too much. But am I long? Yeah. Oh, why is this not showing here? Let me see. It's the other one that's not tracking. 1 second here. Let me see. Let me see.
A lot of selling just came in the S&P and mostly absorbed by a passive buyer.
That was me, guys. We're in an uptrend. That was my AI. Merritt, Chris, thank you so much. CDN. I took more off up here. And then I'm going to stay with 25%, and that'll be it for me. I don't want to overtrade. I think it might be choppy later on. That was a big test of the bull bear zone that I talked about, and where, I had to put on risk. I did get an earlier aggressive entry, but because of location where we were, I said, I'm going to stick with it, guys. And I think my drawdown was maybe minus 0.7 R before it pushed up. I think you need to pay for something, Stampy, like, of course, market data. You have different tools that you can pay for. The commission tier that you want. Am I still looking for an IB trade? I am. Yes, Glenn, location. Okay. Things changed for me when I focused on that. Support and resistance. That's pretty much it. And it's either, a rejection away from that support or resistance, because we're either at support or resistance, or if we are going to have a directional move away from that, then, what I talk about is acceptance, right? Because if we're not going to sort of ping pong here, right, from reversion to reversion, what needs to happen? You have to ask, what structure, what change in character does the market need to create in order for you to understand that this ping pong action will change and then set up a directional move? That's acceptance. Acceptance to me is a wedging structure. It's just a consolidation throughout time where you see that, hey, we're no longer rejecting or bouncing. We're instead holding very tight here. There's now a negotiation between buyers and sellers. Buyers are stepping up from here to here, right? There's a changing character in price action, and you can see that in real time. And if you're patient enough, and if you slow down, you're over trading, you're FOMOing, you can get the opportunity to learn what you have to learn from you being in front of the screen. But if you spend a year chasing your emotions, chasing price, not really reading and understanding what price is telling you, you're not going to have that opportunity, okay? And it's just going to cost you a lot of dollars. So remember, slow it down. There's no need for 30, 40 trades a day unless you're really good at scalping and you're profitable, right? If you are, I can't tell you anything. But, just slow, Deli says, go slow to go fast. Or I think that's just like a famous quote, right? Let's not give Deli too much credit now.
Take it easy.
But acceptance will give you that, guys. Let's see where there's a structure of acceptance. Like here, we pushed up to resistance. This is 6:30. No, when was this? Overnight or before the market opened. We pushed up to resistance, rejected. Hey, guess what? Bounce. Hey, pull back. This becomes a wedge and then a breakout. Now the breakout fails, but this is pretty much it. What you want to see. This is acceptance of resistance, right? You just need to wait. Be patient. You're new 2 years
Poor chat
in.
has to have two different, when they listen to us, they have to have two different definitions of acceptance. We both use the term, but in a different way. Sorry, chat.
Once in English and once in Spanglish. Porsche man says, or Porsche man says, 2 years in, the market is horrible the last 3 weeks, or is it you? It is you, my friend. Your normal strategy doesn't come up much and doesn't follow through most times. Oh, I wonder why that is. Go back and review what is the governing structure here. We are in a 6-day range inside a multi-week range. Follow through is rare here. So of course, a directional strategy or a trend following strategy will underperform during this environment. So you have to either be aware of that, size down, know that this is where you can have drawdowns and be okay with it, or you adapt and you choose to get better.
Yeah, I'd push back on that pretty hard. I think it's, that's Chris's framing, but you might be operating on a very different time frame. You might be looking at much lower time frame trends, and those might very well exist. I would say the first thing to do is to make sure that you have a detailed enough documented process for what constitutes a quality opportunity, what constitutes the entry timing, how it should be managed, how the risk plan. And then, as we do here on the desk every single day, at the end of the day, you go through what you did relative to that source of truth, relative to that. And so then it's you really quickly come to understand, is it the system that's underperforming? And if it's the system that's underperforming, every system goes through periods of underperformance. It's really nothing to write home about. If that starts to become a big problem over big time and sample size, then yes, maybe the system is broken for the way the current volatility or like something, right? But over shorter periods, it's no news. It's no information. My algo that I just deployed in the forward test, it had a period of, I think it was 2 months where it did nothing but like draw down and kind of chop around for 2 months. That is huge information. What if I felt like I was underperforming for 2 months? I got to make a change. I got to change something. Something's broken. Not necessarily. Traders need to hear this message. Periods of underperformance are as a LLM language would say, a feature, not a flaw. And that's the hard reality of trading. You're going to have to grind through some of those periods. So back to my direct advice, you got to iterate each day in that daily review process. What should you have done and what did you do? And very right at the end of that day, you will know whether it was the market or the system that underperformed, and that's okay, or whether it was you who underperformed relative to what the system should have had you do.
But he said what I said, but with more words. I just said adapt and get better, which is doing all the work that you need to do.
No, you told him the market's in a 9-day balance, and it's a you problem because systems, blah, blah. I had to step in.
Tell them, guys. Tell them.
That's true, real Morford, for sure.
This is why I'm going to let AI trade. We should mud wrestle? Who says we haven't done that?
Would you like that, Josh Platinum? Would you like that? Mud wrestle. NT Live. We're both mud wrestling back. Oh, man. Yeah, Cosmic, it's just not true. You can be in a balanced condition, a sideways condition with the past week, past day, whatever, right? Which is literally what we're in right now. And you can have mean reversion strategies. My short from the open from around here, Chris's long from the low from around here. Both of them were trading towards VWAP for the session from away from VWAP, right? So outside in, as we call it. Both trades were from good trade locations relative to yesterday's profile, right? Being short from the upper edge from it, long from the lower edge. Different conditions are good for different traders, and some traders have more arrows in their quiver to deploy different tactics and whatnot based on those conditions. The key is that context is king. This is where Chris and I would agree. Trade location matters. Context is king. That's the takeaway for whatever your stuff is. Having contextual awareness so that every wedge or every little candle pattern or break of VWAP or whatever the little triggers and smaller, shorter term things are that you look at, knowing where that fits within a bigger picture, it's a big, big deal.
What's happening with Meta? I don't know, but I welcome it. I am long. What I pretty much see is that this is reclaiming the prior range, prior multi-month range. So I think it can traverse all the way back up. So I like that.
Mm-hmm. Where is this? Man, I love trading. There's nothing better.
Yeah, it looks like it, Jay. Right in between support and resistance, not doing much. Scenario.
We've reached the pinnacle of chop here. Balanced week in the middle of yesterday's profile. And we're now super chop. If you look at like the past 10, 20 bars, look at all this back and forth overlap in the middle of today's developing value. So this is chop within chop within chop. Doesn't mean it's not tradable, but like you saw Chris do from the low, secure a good trade location. And then notice this, he hasn't been commenting on every single blip now. He got scaled out. We're in an area where it's like, there's going to be a lot of noise. There's a lot of things that can happen. So those of you who are like trying to secure a trade in this area and struggling and re-entering and stop, blah, 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 trade location is the only thing that fixes that. Trade location frees you up to not have to deal with a lot of the noise that an inferior trade location attempt has to contend with. It's a beautiful thing.
Yep.
And as usual, we a lot of times we have these like opposite trades where one of us will be short from the high of day, one of us will be long from low of day. And yet again, here we are. That's why the people give 184 likes. That's why they come. That's why they give the likes.
Really? 320. We can get those likes up, guys. Come on.
I knew that would trigger you. Come on.
Come on, guys. Broke down the structure, put on some risk.
Here we go. Now we got a real question in the chat. I'm just, you want to go first? What indicator best confirms trade locations?
Oh, I've never been asked that. I mean, I would say possibly my best answer would be a combination of indicators, because someone like you or the other guys will look at VWAP, and that's a strong location for you guys. But there's additional things that you look at to then say, okay, yes, VWAP is important here today, right? A moving average for me is a strong location, but I need context. I need more. I don't know. What's your answer?
I would say that simply my favorite two would be either horizontal support resistance on a higher time frame with the backdrop of understanding the difference between ranges and trends, right? If you can draw not too many levels, but just the right amount of levels in terms of granularity on the higher time frame, and you can understand where it's trending and where it's range bound. Therefore, implications of where risk reward is skewed, right? That's ultimately what trade location is after. Where can I identify places where contextually, if a long position were to be put on, there's more reward than risk? That's all it is. And I think either horizontal support resistance, to keep it super simple, or, and this is a heated debate, people love it, people hate it, some form of a profile, whether that's market profile, volume profile, I think does a fantastic job of giving you those edges, those where you would draw the lines. And then moving down into a lower time frame, using timing mechanisms, order flow, moving averages, all the things that we use to kind of hone in on stuff. That's a totally separate endeavor. But those would be my two favorite things. These are a few of my favorite things.
I agree, though. Horizontal is, to me, the strongest, because that's made by actual price action. And to me, price is the most factual thing on the chart.
Well, every data that comes across is price, time, and volume. It's all three, right?
Yeah. Well, what do you mean by volume? Can't we have price find resistance at a place with no volume, and that becomes resistance?
The fact that there's no volume there is why it's resistance.
Oh, I see. So lack of volume.
Price is only an advertising mechanism. It says who's interested here or there. Volume is the receipt of what happened. That might be a light bulb moment for some of you who've never gone down the profile world as to like why profiling makes sense.
Not much to do, guys. I talked about, like, after a potential bounce from this bull bear zone, we could just chop around, and that's what we're seeing. So another reason for my long earlier was like, okay, if today and tomorrow can be choppy, then usually what we see is we see a strong first hour of the day and then maybe chop. And so I said, okay, what location can I best execute at to put on my trade and pay myself? And then that's it, call it a morning. And that was this bull bear zone.
God.
All right, so the IB is established, guys. Here, there's no setup for me currently. We're in a little range. We need something like a sort of a breakdown attempt to create a lower high, and then if that lower high is reclaimed, then I can use that to get long, something like that. Until then, there's nothing for me here for the IB strat. I just remain long in my earlier long. Someone says, Merritt, I have watched every video you have ever done, trading and not trading related. That's interesting. Every video, okay. Even that one. Even the college ones, I mean, when he was figuring himself out, I wouldn't see those. Who do I got to pay for those? Okay. I don't know, Joe. I'm glad I built my latest computer like a few months before prices were spiking. I think mine's like a year old or under a year old, literally right before things blew up.
The chat, you guys are good.
Thanks, Biblical.
Here at my home office, I run a dual machine setup. I got four 32-inch monitors, and the bottom two run on a Mac Mini, and the top two run on a PC. I'm running Ninja here on this stream through Parallels on my Mac.
Well, have you had any problems or no?
The only
Paralleling?
problem I would say is that one thing you guys might notice is when I'm using the mouse and whatnot on the Parallels part, I need to like go up to kind of the Mac toolbar area. I guess that's off the screen share. And then over and across to other monitors. It gets a little finicky with like all of a sudden the mouse will disappear a little bit. That is the only gripe I would have. Everything has been smooth, flawless. Just that weird little mouse behavior, but I've figured out how to kind of work around it.
Mm. Price is wedging up now. Not much here to do. Don't get chopped up. Price is building out these wedge boundaries. Memories are still kind of weak. SMH is rejecting back down a little bit. So I would not be surprised if we reject back down. So, you know, there can be a short opportunity here back down to this 670 support. But I'm probably just going to stick with this trade because I don't want to get too involved in what could be a choppy tape. Yes is, yeah, rejecting back down. Yeah, just still a weak tape.
Yes, that's true, Jackson, but we've made the most of it.
Jax, you got 332 Crudeles. How do those look? I'm getting a new monitor set up. I'm probably gonna do 332 inch, but I don't know about curved. Do you have curved, Merritt? I don't know. I didn't hear if you had curved monitors or not.
No, I do not. I think when you start to have a large enough size, like for example, how do you have those 332s configured? If it's all one row, my goodness, that's
Oh, it
like the
yeah.
edge of my flat 32 is here. I don't know if you can see my hand and my angle, and the other one is there. So like if you went 332s and they're starting to curve, it's like it's like a an F1 sim, you know.
They're probably pyramid style. Because there's no way you're gonna be looking at at the far right monitor. You have to turn your whole body. What's going on over there? At that point, just get a TV.
You don't get the resolution.
Samsung. I'm gonna do Dell because they have the best eye protection things.
I've never tried the blend of some horizontal and some vertical, but I feel like it's probably a good blend. I've never done it though. I'll tell you another thing I did on purpose was, and I'm not all the techie guy with everything, but two of the 32s are whatever, like that, I guess 4K or whatever, like the more of the ultra, they probably have even more than that now, but like very low resolution. The others are the lesser one. I spend most of my time on the lesser ones because it's just easier. Like you guys probably see me on stream when I need to see something like pretty granular, some small text or something on the high res ones. You see me like doing this. I'm like, okay, that's what it is, But so, anyways, that's something to consider. It's nice to have the extra real estate. It comes at a cost in terms of legibility sometimes. So that's why I have both, and depending on the needs, we can kind of.
Oh, I don't think I can do a 52-inch Cantoner for one monitor. That's a 26-inch, two 26-inch. I'm thinking 232 in the bottom and then 132 on top.
Nothing gets traders going quite like a monitor conversation. I love it.
What's your pixels you're working with? All right, so I have an order in for the IB strat. Actually, no more. It's canceled because we made a new low. So I'm just going to continue to wait for a new lower high structure. And for my other trade here on this account, I did move myself to break even because now if we do break this wedge structure, to me that'll be a change in character and we can continue with the prior downtrend. But that'll be probably my only trade here for the session. I did take two partials, so I paid myself. I'll probably do, thanks for sharing, guys, by the way, but I'll probably do Dell. Dell is probably the best for eyes. My current ones are ultra wide, but well, actually, yeah, the other one is ultra wide. Yeah, I'll stick with ultra wide.
Cooper, thank you, Cooper.
39-inch for 1,500. Somebody just share that with me. Thanks, John. BenQ is better for eye care. That's a computer brand?
Yeah, they make good stuff.
Never heard of it.
It's I think it's very gaming heavy, which, a lot of the best computer stuff comes from.
Oh, I gotta look for my account. Where's my account? Okay. So we can have another possible setup here above this candle for the IB strat. Okay. It shot up without me. I have an order set to see if it'll fill me. Oh, it did fill me. Okay. So my stop is at 27.25. All right. So I'm long now for the IB strat. I got 18 contracts. 2R is at 814. 25. All right, so that'll be it. I remain long in my other account here. Looks like a failed breakdown of this wedge structure, which is bullish. I like that. And then I'm long now on that also fell breakdown for the IB strat. So we'll see if it works or not. I don't think so, but you never know.
Merritt, I took 78.50 long at 9:58. I guess that's 8:58 my time. Okay, nice. First
really?
target was 86, left one runner, but went safe after no higher high. Smart, or should I have left? Man, it's I could speculate on it with you, but ultimately it's your process, right? And what are you trying to capture? There's no such thing as an always right answer when it comes to trade management. A lot of trade management decisions in trading are trade-offs. If you want to let trades go and not trail them tightly, you're going to capture some bigger moves, but you're also going to give back a lot more on, more of the time, right? That those moves don't expand like you want them to. If you trail them tightly, you're going to be kicking yourself about, not catching the one that you knew was going to run or whatever. There's no free lunch when it comes to trade management. You want to choose a style, choose a niche, if you will, that you like, and execute it consistently. Now, if you want my 2 cents on that, I think you made a scratch decision in the middle of nothing changing contextually. We're within this weekly balance. We're within smack dab in the middle of yesterday's balance. And we're in the middle of our developing value, from my view. So it's a bunch of chop, as we've talked about ad nauseum. So to make a scratch decision, I think is a poor decision because there's no new meaningful information. That would be my 2 cents. But again, the first thing I said is much more important than the second thing. Hope that helps.
Right. I got my OCO orders in place for the IB strat. Let's see if I can get paid out a bit into 2R here. Well, it's pushing into 1R. And then I'm still long from the other reversal, and we'll see if I can push up into that main target, which is at 830s. that'll be it for me for the stream, guys.
Yeah, FX trader. I think that's a reasonable thing, right? I think if you want to try to start to optimize trade management rather than just like whenever I have a trade on, this is the management and there's no exceptions or different scenarios or conditions. The next level is I manage a range bound trade differently than I do a trending trade, right? If we've broke, like for example, in the S&P today, right? Like if we look at this just yesterday's balance area, right? Like you might treat a trade that's inside yesterday's balance in terms of trade management differently than you treat one where we've broken above and are running or broken below and are running. That's the next layer, I think. So see money, take money in a range situation is usually pretty good.
All right, can we? Oh yeah, what's going on with EHR? Oh man, I wanted that. It's moving without me. Did not have an alarm. That's my mistake. All right, so far we're holding. Can we push out into the 820s? Let me share my scenarios here again. So the main idea here was that if we can pull down into the bull bear zone here, scenario 2, of course, that only was if we lost the 9 SMA here. So we saw that push lower into the bull bear zone line. Scenario 2, we're now bouncing back up into this overnight range area of resistance, which could be this 830, 840 area. And then now if we can form acceptance up there, then we can see higher. You know, we are in an uptrend. This is just a consolidation through time. So there's nothing wrong. Price is doing nothing wrong. So I don't want to be bearish unless we lose the bull bear zone line.
Sounds like a decent way to do things, FX trader. So I guess we're both just holding from the opposite extremes and seeing who gets lucky, right?
You're still in it? I didn't.
The short, yeah, in the systematic system, yeah.
Oh, from the algo, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
right off the open.
Does that like put stop at break even or after a certain move or no?
No.
So your stop is pretty much right above that area, huh?
Pretty much.
Partials out?
Nope. No scales.
He said F partials. Semiconductors seeing a little bit of a push. That's good. Software leading. Twilio, fantastic chart. Shop, fantastic. Net, fantastic. I mean, software is just the place to be at. Not former leaders like Bloom Energy or ARM, SanDisk. All right. NVIDIA, yeah, I added yesterday into the close. Like I need to add a little bit more again. Oh, there's a poll here. What's your trading setup? Laptop on the couch. It's the dream. I have 4 monitors. You're gonna sell off a kidney? Well, wait a minute. I'm your market here. What's the deal? The low is in? Man.
What looks sus about this profile, EXO? Nice little Gaussian distribution. Slightly better excess on the low than the high. What looks sus about it? It's so tight.
Do it like a tiger.
Almost the same as yesterday, right? It's that's kind of the just look. Market alternates in cycles of energy being released and price expansion, and then energy being built and pent up in consolidation. And so we've just had a huge run up to the second standard deviation in the S&P. And so this is a little bit of, there's a million words for it, digestion, whatever. But it's, it's pretty routine, I guess is what I would say.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yo,
How y'all doing?
guys.
Yo, Chris, did you get a new monitor set up or what?
Nah, not yet. I'm about to order, but it's probably gonna be those Dell,
Yeah,
not the curved ones, but Dell for sure.
whatever.
What am I gonna do with 3 curved Dells?
I didn't say 3 curved
40
Dells,
inch.
did I? Did I say that?
No.
I did not.
Anyway, Salma, how you doing? How you doing?
How y'all doing?
Hey.
So anyways,
Doing pretty good.
Yeah,
How you guys doing?
just in along from
Doing
the
good.
lows.
Not a ton of
taking
action.
Where are you
trades.
long
but
from, Chris?
We did our share.
690.
690.
Yeah.
You did say the lows.
690 is not the lows.
636.
Oh, okay. Well,
You just walked away. Oh.
my dogs were trying to open the door.
Oh my God.
It is the lowest to me for where my setup triggers. Do you like to buy
I'm one
lows?
from 58, so it's it's closer to the lows, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't even say I got the low. I didn't chase it, but I got in late.
Okay, I got 20% off the low. Is that what you want me to say?
20%. You paid a 20% premium?
Yeah.
Got it.
Boys and girls, I got a hard stop. I got to hop off.
See you later,
I'll
Merritt.
tear it up today. Good luck. Chris, enjoyed it, brother.
All right,
All
Merritt,
right.
see you
Take
next
care,
week.
guys.
You guys take care, all right?
Ciao.
See you, Chris.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
What am I? Chopped liver, Merritt? All right. Goodbye.
He did
Have a
say,
great
he
day.
was saying Salma right at the end there.
All right, fair. What's up, Leo?
Good morning.
Hello.
Just another, I saw that we were going to have a record breaker for back-to-back 100-degree days, or one of the records, not the breaker, but
Yo,
be,
it's a good thing you have a pool chiller.
I know.
That comment made
So
me laugh
good.
out loud.
Yeah, I knew you would get a kick out of that when I saw that comment. I was like, oh shit, someone's gonna see that.
Bro, I caught it like a whole day late. I don't
know.
even know how I saw it. But yeah, that was so funny. You guys be funny.
Anyway, so I'm in this trade from 58. Pretty straightforward. We took out the overnight low, had some consolidation down here, a lot of negative delta. So I was reading that as absorption. We started to push away from those lows, and I got in. I think with 16 lots, I'm down to 4 here. We can't really get above this OR mid. And I took a screenshot earlier, tweeted about how one setup is getting in the way of the other, which is this OR mid short trade is getting in the way of the long. So, we got to wait and see what happens here. But I'm just going to grind out this trade. Pretty straightforward. I mean, nothing really fancy here. It's just a pretty standard trade for me.
Looks good. I am also long the Russell from overnight. I was initially short, and
from
then
overnight,
I saw
so you got up at 2 a.m. just to put your longs in?
No, from like 8 p.m. Thank you very much. I just ended up going to sleep. I sent my set my stop loss, never got hit, thankfully, and I've just been in it ever since. I was originally in 6, took 3 off right before I went to bed, and then kept 3 on. And again, I was initially short, and then I saw that momentum kick in at around 8 p.m. Saw us starting to really push, and so instead of fighting it or hitting stop loss, I decided to flip, and I'm glad I did, because I've been in this ever since. And I just actually posted about this on Twitter. If you look at the 12-hour on the Russell, I know, pretty wild, pretty crazy time frame, but just follow along. We're in this like wedge formation here. Previous 12-hour close is a shooter candle, which you guys know, for me, those are huge, especially on higher time frames. It does indicate potential reversal in either direction, either to the upside or to the downside, in this case to the upside. And yeah, I really like the strength that the Russell had off the open. What I'm not really loving about this trade right now is the fact that the Russell and the Dow were both the strongest, and they were both pushing us higher as NQ, ES were pushing us lower. And then for whatever reason, the Dow ended up abandoning the ship, and it started to reverse around 10 a.m. And it kind of just left the Russell basically in the dust. YM made new lows while everything else hasn't. But yeah, I'm not really loving the fact that, the YM has suddenly turned the weakest when it was the strongest alongside the Russell. But what I do like here, and I'll redraw it. Hold on. We go take our fib tool, and we go from low a day to high a day. We are at the golden pocket here, the 0.618, 0.707. I would like to see buyers step in here and push us higher, especially considering how the Russell looks like it's flagging. Can this fail? It can. Do I want it to fail? Obviously not. So I do have a stop and profit, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
What was your confirmation on the entry? I kind of described the trade earlier, so you can go back and watch it. I don't really use the term confirmation for any of my trading. I guess I put a few pieces of the puzzle together, and just based on the activity that I'm watching, in conjunction with, a setup of some kind, then I'll just jump into a
Whoa.
trade. What?
Sorry, what is this? What just happened?
I don't know. I mean, the market went down a little bit.
Weird. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
V range is not a free indicator. It's a private indicator. Private. By the way, I tweeted about this, I think on Sunday, but the volume profile and leg to leg volume and delta profile, I'm waiting any day. I'm just waiting for the file to be published. And so I can share those links. I'm also going to do a quick video walkthrough for the setup. It's really easy. So those are being put out there into the wild, and those are free. So if you have the free DOM, now you can have the free leg to leg, and then also included in that is a smooth move. That just allows you to go up and down without having to hit the control bar on the keyboard. So you just can move around the chart as you wish. So just a couple of extra tools that are no cost.
Leo, you're so cool for doing this for the people.
I mean, I think they're really great, great ways to dive in, to look into the market. And it does allow you to get a view into some order flow without getting overwhelmed. Volume profile concepts are pretty straightforward. And you can carve up the volume profile based on the session or leg to leg. And now you get the delta, just kind of the same way that I look at it. So it's it's a pretty cool way to, and there's no reason it should cost money. I mean, it took a developer, a couple hours probably with my feedback to put it all together.
W Leo in the chat, guys.
Have you considered adding XY inside of our DOMs for us? I don't, do you actually mean like XI the person? XY the person? I don't know if he can go inside of the DOM.
Bro. Mr. Josh is always on some BS.
I know, right? And most excited about smooth move. I mean, it's nice. I'm not going to lie. Adding XY's trades into the DOM. I mean, you have to talk to XY about that. XY, yeah. Put my trades on the DOM, make no mistakes. I've already taken partials, so I'm just letting this trade play out. These are more or less my runners. Is it for Motive Wave 2? No, it's just for NinjaTrader.
All right. This was not part of the plan for them to H this.
The market going down is not part of my plan either.
For just the sake of examples, 15 5-minute on ES, nice H. Not the cleanest, but if you guys have been noticing the H pattern, you probably can unsee it on your charts. ES just couldn't get above midnight open. Just couldn't do it.
I'm probably going to be pretty annoyed if this thing comes all the way back to these lows. Not going to lie. That will
Yeah. Susan says, where do you enter on an H pattern?
At the top of the H, of course.
Yeah, the top of the H. I mean, it sounds like, sounds like we might be joking, but no, we're being for real. Listen, I like to use the 9 EMA with the H pattern. And so it's obviously not that clean on the 5-minute. The 9 EMA, we were above the 9 EMA, we were below the 9 EMA, we were back above it. Not the cleanest here. This is not where I would take a setup for the H. It looks a bit cleaner on the 15-minute, and it's a little tighter as far as how the H looks. But yeah, I would just take the rejection of the 15-minute on the 9 EMA, as well as, we couldn't get above the midnight open, do have 30-second OR low here, and this 86 level that I've been talking about for 2 weeks now. This is all acting as resistance, so would enter at the top of the 15, and then obviously you'd want to be targeting new low a day. That's kind of how the H pattern works, and there you go. We just made new lows. Pretty disgusting,
New
though.
lows
Definitely
in what?
not what I wanted to see on ES.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You
So
just made
they're
it.
little divergence there still.
Yeah. And you got also, I know you don't really care about the Dow, but the Dow also is at low a day. So now you have ES, Dow both at lows. NQ still trying to hold previous day low. It's really trying to hold on for dear life there, as well as the Russell. They're both trying to hang on, but yeah, I don't know. Who's telling the truth here?
There's another guy named Leo that trades with Kane. I figured Kane's a big Leo guy. It's just fun. Yeah, there is another guy named Leo that they hang out with, that they hang out together. Maybe he is a big Leo guy. I don't know. I think he goes by Leo.
Kane came into my stream yesterday. I'm like, no, should not be here. Please leave. Please. No, he was telling me, he was ripping on me. He was like, you need to change your code. Tell Leo to change your code.
Things are not as they seem, Salma. Just remember that.
I do remember that. I have Chris for sure to remind me of that every single day. Don't you worry. Where does Leo derive from? Yeah, is that just your full name?
I'm derived from the... Oh, what's the nickname?
What's your... Oh, Leo's not even your real name,
Want me to dox my own name here? That's crazy.
Wait. Leo's not your real name? I always thought it was like Leonardo or something.
No.
Leo is not your real name. Bro. Do I even know you?
I mean...
What the hell?
The real name is Leopold. Okay, Salma?
What's next? Stowe's name isn't even Stowe? Oh my God.
From the NinjaTrader, from Ninja Turtles. Leonidas. None of those are wrong, by the way. Leo's name is not what it seems.
Wait, so you're not a Leo?
And I'm not a real tiger.
Holy shit.
Breaking news. He's in the witness protection program.
So, can you call people your friends, guys, if you don't even know their name?
I mean, if your real name wasn't Salma, I wouldn't be surprised, and it wouldn't bother me at all.
Well, that's because Salma's not, it's more of a foreign name, but no, that is my name.
I mean, I'm just saying, if you went by a nickname, I wouldn't be mad or surprised.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. When I first
it's just
started,
a nickname.
When I first started in trading, I thought everybody used their real name.
Yeah, if you grew up in see, that's the thing. If you grew up in the 90s, you just don't call each other by government names. And now, especially if you hang out in Discords, you just don't
So I was shocked even when Lumi said, Lumi, that's not her real name. I'm like, what? Like, Lumi sounds like it could be really your name.
I mean,
I don't know.
it could be her real name, but it's not.
No, it's not. This is all news to me. Wow.
Do you think Stowe is actually his real name?
Well, I actually found out in Miami that it wasn't
You think
Stowe, but I was
XYZ is
shocked.
his real name?
XYZ I knew, because who the hell would name their kid that?
Do you think
Have to
Nick's real
hate your
name is
kid.
Nick?
What? Wait, Nick's name is not Nick?
I'm just saying.
Bro, come on. Are you guys kidding me?
The traders
what
you
the
see on
hell?
this stream may or may not be using their real names. Any resemblance to actual traders, living or profitable, is purely coincidental. We protect our own. That's funny.
Wait, Nick's name is not actually Nick?
You think the
Bro.
producer's name is really not? You think the producer's name is his real name? Yeah. Do you think Merritt's name is Merritt? Come on, Salma.
Bro, Matt, I guess I'm the only dummy who uses her real name. You guys think it's too late for me to like
Pax
take
is
on
not.
a
Pax
persona?
is not his real name. That's not.
Well, I know that. I know that. Even the name I thought Pax's name was isn't even his real name. But, like, what is happening?
Stage names. I mean,
I feel like I got catfished. Bro, what?
Kane's name isn't even Kane.
Guys, we could spend the next 43 minutes talking about this because I actually cannot wrap my head around this.
Do you think Jim's name is
What?
actually Jim?
No, he's James. I knew that.
This is what they meant when they said
Not what it
things are
seems.
not as they seem.
Bro, I feel like I just got.
Tanya trades. Her name's not Tanya. Come on.
Guys, I've been on the network 9 months. And I'm just now finding out Leo's name is not Leo.
Are you having a crisis right now?
But yes. Yes. And I just DM'd you. Respond back to me. I just feel like I just woke up. Yeah. Oh my God, bro.
But if you call me that, I will not respond.
No, I would never say that on live.
This is a dream. It is. You are living in the dream because you're watching your favorite, hopefully your favorite traders, maybe your most least favorite traders. I don't know.
No, hopefully
we're
favorite.
talking markets. We're watching our trades come against us.
Yeah, I'm almost pretty close to getting stopped out here. So what? I find out people's names aren't actually their names, and now what? The market's going to take me out of my position? It's the worst morning ever.
Mm-hmm. I was really holding these runners for higher, and I'm kind of disappointed.
What's your entry? I mean, you kind of can. You're still pretty far. I can't see that number on your screen, so. Even with
58, 658.
Even with glasses, I'm blind. You met soap. That's information I can't ever reveal. I'm sorry. But I just can't believe I'm just now finding out.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
If they hold this here, we might be okay. A lot of absorption into this little range.
Yeah, I want to see previous day low get held on NQ, but this selling is kind of heavy. Like ES is just super weak.
Yeah, that's a concern for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
You're right to know my name? That's crazy. I don't need people
Salma,
showing up at my house.
You should change your name, dude. I think I'm too late. It's way too late in my trading career to change my name. I've got 40K followers on Twitter and 16K members in a Discord that all know me as Salma. I think it's too late for that. It's unfortunate.
You should go by Salmog.
Mog everybody. I think that's so. Never mind. Never mind. I think it's so lame.
I knew you were going.
Almost slipped. Salma, what's your name? That's my name, bro. My name is Salma.
Let's pull up the old ES Dom.
In the pool biz, he's known as Pool Chiller Bill. Did you just hiccup?
Kind of. Let's look at this ES chart here. All right. Well, the offer's pulling off here. A little bit.
Come on. If we get above
None of that
38
works
on the
today.
Russell, I'd really like that.
Come on,
Stampy.
buyers.
That's not nice. Salma, is your Discord paid or free? It's a bit of both. There's a lot of value in the free side. But there is also a paid side. Imagine I had 16,000 people pay me. Oh my God.
Maybe you could watch movies on the TV if you had that.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'd have time to chill back and watch some movies on the TV. You guys can find it in my Twitter bio, guys. Yeah, maybe I'd be able to afford YouTube TV.
And that shit's expensive, though.
Yo, I know. Joey pays for it.
Let me see. What do I pay for that?
You pay for it too? Bro.
Yeah, bro. Fuck yeah.
He doesn't. How about the fact that he knows it's expensive but doesn't know how much? You just pay for stuff.
Salma, it's just like on auto payment, you know? I don't
Leo,
remember.
when I grow up, I want to be just like you.
It's just
really
literally an auto pay. Like, come on.
I just want to be
This is not
Leo.
normal.
Now you're just. Never mind. I'm not gonna gas you up anymore.
YouTube TV.
Like $75, something like that. 85.
Oh, I have premium, YouTube Premium as well.
Oh my God, dude, am I the only one that sits there and watches ads?
But it doesn't show you the price. Wallet. Hang on.
Leo, can I borrow your YouTube TV for a week? Yeah, me too, please.
Yeah, just call me. I'll give you my password, you know. Oh.
You watch ads on YouTube? What?
It's $82.99 a month.
Yeah, bro, and you don't even know that you're paying that.
That's crazy work. But like,
Do you
what else
actually
are you
use
gonna
it?
get? Oh yeah, my kids.
Oh, okay, good.
My kids use it.
Listen, I'm all for stuff if you actually are getting your value
What
out
are
of
the
it.
alternatives? Like genuinely.
Wait, what does YouTube TV get you?
Basically like all the channels, local, ESPN.
Like live TV, or is it almost like a Netflix?
No, it's live.
I mean, I guess it's worth it.
I've used Sling before, but I feel like Sling, you don't really get the same channel selection, and if you do, want like all of the good channels, you end up paying just as much for than you do for YouTube TV. See, they're saying YouTube TV is perfect. It's basically cable.
What the hell is fish?
I've never heard of fish.
Yeah, me neither.
They got new plans now? Okay, I'll take a look.
Oh, dish, not fish.
Oh,
Yeah,
I am putting a
dish.
dish on my roof. Plus, you know, it's like that stuff. You gotta hook up your like the little satellite, like the receiver to your TV. Um, I'm not doing all that. I want to be
Yeah.
able to just plug a TV in, connect it to the internet, and have TV. Because I have so many TVs, Salma.
We know. To be fair, I have 3 in my house.
And you haven't watched one of them in the last year.
I just don't like the idea of like being stuck somewhere. Like if I want to get up and make a coffee, I want to still be able to watch my show on my phone, right? Like if I want to go do my skincare and watch something, like I could just do that. I need to be confined to the couch.
I'm not confined. You can just pause it and then turn it on in the next room.
You hear yourself.
I mean, that's like a fucking normal thing, Salma. Like, this is not abnormal.
Bro, I honestly have never met anyone that's talked like this. So to me, it's all new. Maybe I just hang around brokies. I don't know.
I mean, I don't even think it's a brokey thing. It's just normal.
Having like 6 TVs in your house is a normal thing.
I mean, it just depends on how big the size is. See, they do. Everyone in the chat says they do the same thing. Pool chillers are totally normal. Like Jim has a pool chiller. Like,
bro, Jim is not normal.
Don't pool chill shame me, okay?
Listen, you're gonna need it
Crazy.
for this weather you guys are getting.
I know. It runs every night from midnight to 7 a.m.
Yo, listen, Leo, if you knew what I did this weekend
I
in the
want to
boat.
know.
So I went on a boat ride, okay?
Someone went on a boat.
I got it
She
off
got out of her
Groupon.
house?
I did. It was a boat ride to Statue of Liberty, okay? So I thought I snatched a really good deal. I got it. I got this Groupon. It's an hour ride, 60 minutes, blah, blah, blah. Bro, yes, I used a Groupon, okay? Maybe that was my first mistake.
Hell.
Maybe mistake number 2 is the fact that on this Groupon, they didn't have any pictures of the boat. They only had pictures of views, okay? I didn't think twice about this. I had no idea. I was just like, whatever. How bad could this be? Dude, we get there. This is the most raggedy looking boat. Stinky.
Yes,
Smells
because
like,
that's why would you that's why they need Groupon.
bro, smells like old popcorn butter.
Gross.
It was so bad. Did you have to row it yourself? No, but it was so, guys, for like the first 30 minutes, it was so miserable.
Got scammed by Groupon.
I think I scammed myself. I thought I was getting a good deal. It was indeed not. And I think if you were on that kind of boat, you would probably lose your shit. I really do think
I
that.
wouldn't get on the boat in the first place. I would look at it and be like, oh, you want me to get on that?
It was so bad. But
no, not for me.
Listen, it's fine. It's fine. I got to see the Statue of Liberty, okay? It was so bad, guys.
Groupon is definitely a self-scam in 26.
If you're ever in New York City, guys, do not go on Groupon to find these boat rides. Don't do it.
New York City.
Hopefully, there's someone out there listening, and I just saved you. I don't know. Was it?
Sounded like a Stowe clip, but
it's from a TV show. It does
Oh,
sound
okay.
like something Stowe would say.
Yeah, it definitely sounded. It was like Stowe-esque, you know.
Selma, what does old popcorn butter smell like?
And
Why
why
do
do
you
you
know
know
this?
this? This is the most important
Bro,
question of the day.
it's just imagine popcorn butter, and then it's like it smells like it's just been there for ages. Like it's embedded in the carpet and ugh, it was just so nasty. It was so bad. Don't do it, guys. Oh, and the best thing about this is the Groupon had like 10,000 plus reviews, and it was like 4.7 stars. No way they faked 10,000 reviews.
Salma, I hate to break it to you, but anything is possible.
Oh my God, I'll never do one of those things again. Carpet on a boat is going to be a no for me. Yeah, that should have been also a telltale. Austin.
Salma and Leo, the best N2 duo. You know, I know that's true. And the sad thing is they only put us on together like once a month.
I feel like you have something to do with that.
I don't.
I hope not.
Were you supposed to be on last week when I had to cancel?
Yeah, I was on. I texted you and I said, "Why are you not here?" And you
Oh,
made it
that
seem
was
like you
Tuesday.
didn't cancel.
I didn't. I had to cancel Thursday because
Oh,
our little one had to go to the ER.
oh, I'm sorry to hear that. She okay?
Yeah, she had to get 2 stitches because she hit her head right in the just right on the right spot on a coffee table. So
Oh, that's horrible. Is it like where'd she hit her where in her head? Like in her
just above
hair?
her eye, like right up in her eyebrow,
Oof.
kind of.
Oh man. Hopefully she's
It's all
okay.
good. She's good. Yeah, she's good. She got stitches. We were out, hour and a half later, 2 hours later, and she was all good. She's totally cool.
Trooper.
Yeah, she handled it like a champ. Would I relong this 700? I was thinking about adding to this trade here. But the problem is I'm having a problem. ES is like just hanging out at its lows. So it'd be kind of like knife catching ES, because I think if ES breaks these lows, we get to see this slip a little harder. So normally, yes, I would add or take a trade here. But I'm not going to, just because of the status of ES right now. Yeah, she's great. Thank you so much.
ES definitely needs to find some support here. Don't sweep previous day low, please. See, guys, why when I'm a bull, I swear it's like the bulls are nowhere to be found. I don't get it. Where's that strength from last week where we just continued ripping up?
Plastic surgeon do stitches. I honestly don't know. I don't think it was a big enough gash for that to be a concern. They did a fantastic job. See, that's what I was worried about right there.
Yep, but they just took me out.
Now I'd want to jump into this. Was that it for ES? Just a little slam down and still trying to trade into these lows a bit here.
This 32 level I have on the Russell has acted as a flip. I don't want to call it a zone, but like a flip level, like just an area where it's acted as resistance in the past, turn support, back to resistance. So we'll see what they do here. Oh, news. Headlines from Iran coming in, Tracy says.
I'm going to go ahead and add to this. on this overnight low touch. Seemed like the last gas down, ES held in a little stronger. Buyers came in. May still not work, but I'm happy to put on more risk here. Don't need a more than 10-point stop.
Good luck. I'm gonna wait. ES just swept that previous day low. Would be cool to see NQ not make new low day and have that divergence there. Do a Uno reverse. Same old, same old. Yeah, Eric, same news, moving us. Are we
This is the
surprised though?
year of the Iran war.
Yeah. War on, war off.
It's just like the China tariffs from the prior administration.
Oh my God, that was hell.
Let's go. Come on. No. Hold these lows, buyers, please.
Diagnose that NQH. Yeah, Dominic, it's playing out. Again, it's a tighter H, but it works.
Yes, still hanging. That's going to give us a problem if it can't hold this low right here.
Where can you see ES dropping to? 56, 42. Those are my next two levels. What's up, Trader 007NQ? Chris is not here. It's just me and Leo. Yeah, this is definitely the area where I want to see what buyers do on the Russell. This is what I was talking about before, guys. So held, rejected, 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 and now we're here. See if we hold and bounce back up. I love me some flip zones, flip levels. Damn, even gold is starting to sell off, guys. It's down 20 points, 25 points.
That low NES might be okay. It's early.
Are you seeing anything on the tape?
I mean, you're the tape expert, right?
Bro, I retired 2 months ago.
Oh, you did?
I did. Sure did. I have been
So
short
just
gold.
continue to step on any little pop. All right. Come on, buyers. The low holds, I mean, that's a great trade all the way back to 750.
Yeah. If 32 gets held on Russell, I'll probably jump back in. But still not seeing anything yet.
Max pain if it doesn't hold. Cheers for you and the NC team for a L to L. Thank you, Frank. Hopefully we can get up there tomorrow or later today even. I need to find out where it's at in the progress. I am trading MNQ. Indeed.
That's all you really trade, right?
Just on the streams, yeah. I don't really feel like I need to demonstrate the the size of e-minis. I guess I feel more comfortable like talking, streaming, interacting, talking in the chat when I don't have large amounts of risk on the table.
No, I meant just trading NASDAQ, right? You don't really.
NASDAQ. Yes, I only trade NASDAQ.
Gotcha. That's what I thought.
I have traded other markets. I just get bored of them.
Yeah, NQ probably moves right for your trading style.
Let's see if we get a pop here above 80s. That'd be nice. Those lows held on ES so far. We're starting to get above where there was tons of selling in ES. The 65s and below were sold into really heavy. They did not get anywhere. And that's why I mentioned that little low, micro low, might be a good low for now. We're starting to see some buyers lift here.
Pump it.
There's the early sign of potential trapped sellers. I hate that term, but just because other people know it, I'll use it. How do you trade in this choppy market? Be very selective. That's it.
Thought you were gonna be like, there's this button. It's called buy. You hit it.
Ain't that easy.
Only it was.
If only. Come on, buyers. We're waiting for 76.67 NES. Get above that. It's good news. It's a battle. ES is in a battle.
Yeah, 15 minutes about to close right now too. Doesn't look the best, but need NQ to really be the one to push us here.
I'm too old for the 6-7? No, come on. I got kids that I got to relate to. My 7-year-old loves it. He just turned 7. He was 6, now he's 7. There's a whole deal.
He probably thinks you're so cool.
Damn. Kind of a failure there. I'm not going to overthink it yet.
I like it if we can clear the 5-minute 9 EMA. Then I'll.
I don't
I'll go
believe that
long.
I'm fighting the tape. I was in 4 runners. The market came back. I was in runners from 58. The market came back, gave me another opportunity for long. Take the same trade essentially. And now long, I added to the existing long. I'm not fighting the tape. The market is chopping around. We're at the bottom of a range. I'm long the bottom of the range. It's pretty simple. I mean, the micro trend right now is down. Yes. But if the context of the day is important to you as it is to me, the context of the day is we have a drive down, up, down, so we have a range that everyone calls it chop. I just refer to it as a range. We're at the bottom of the range. I have a 10-point stop here, so I'm not really risking much. You have 2 boys that are 6 and 7. Nice.
Is he still? Is your son still pretending like he's a streamer?
Oh yeah, all the time.
What's up, chat?
I trade nano futures? No, I won't trade nano futures. I agree. Hating trap sellers, since we don't know the intent of the seller, can you assume everyone is a speculator? How would you actually explain it yourself? The way I explain it is all about the deltas. So you don't know the intent, but you do know the order flow. So if you have tons and tons and tons of selling, or what I would refer to as negative delta, on the other side of that, you have a passive bid, somebody that's reloading the bid. And you don't know the intent of the reloading bid either, but you do know that on the other side of aggressive selling is a bid that is reloading, refreshing. So they'll fill on the bid, say 64 and a quarter, they'll get filled, then they'll refresh. They'll add more and add more and add more. Eventually, the sellers are going to stop selling, or the bid is going to drop off. So that's just a classic absorption. So you have just the order flow itself, price not being able to move, tons of aggressive selling into a passive bid. That passive bid, I usually lean on the other side of the tape, right? So if it's very aggressive selling into no movement down, and I see that passive bid just reloading and reloading, I know that's what's happening behind the scenes, and I'm going to lean on that for a long, and then vice versa for a short. This is something that I'll probably go through in a decent amount of detail when I put out the leg to leg study, and kind of describe the main use of that is trying to identify those absorption areas. The delta leg is refreshing every 30 minutes. If why, yes. Why 30 minutes? Nobody said 30 minutes ever. It's a leg to leg. So it's anchored here from the top of this rotation and now to the bottom. And the only time it changes is if it meets the new leg requirements, which in my settings is 40 points. So the market has to move up 40 points from this low, for example, before the leg to leg would reset. There's no time element. It is strictly based on the market swinging high and low. That's it.
Stan, I wouldn't be able to help with that. Maybe Leo knows.
What's that?
Can you advise an indicator that I can download for Ninja to use for my margins, profit loss, profit stop break even? I honestly don't
I
know
don't
anything
know.
about that.
I'm not sure I understand the question even.
Yeah. Maybe Stan elaborate.
All right, ES is back at those 6.7s. Let's see if I can get through it.
Yeah, I want to long this.
Not you, but I see other people using similar profile and they refresh it every 30 minutes. I don't know about those other people. Yeah, we need the buyers, really. It's all right, Eric. I believe you.
Push it higher. Yeah, I got that inspo from your soundbite, except
I know.
that says push it lower.
I know. I don't want to
push it
push
high.
it lower right now.
Push it to the limit.
More.
Personally, doing a 30-minute for TPO. Yeah, I get that part. Does no, he doesn't make me listen to the 6-7 songs on Spotify. That's just you.
Oh, Stowe's
That
here.
is just you, my man.
Stowe missed the whole beginning of this stream.
Stowe, we broke it to Salma that none of our names are actually our names. So she's now knows that Leo is not my real name. And Stowe is not your real name. And Nick isn't his real name. And
Wait,
XY.
Nick is not Nick? No, you're joking, bro.
I mean, so my name isn't really Leo. XY's name isn't really XY. Stowe's name is really not Stowe. Do you think Nick would be any different?
I don't know. That's like the most normal out of the four names.
That's the meta.
Bro, what's his name, bro? I have him saved in my phone as Nick NT.
I mean,
Oh
that's a
my
mistake.
god, I've been bamboozled.
Risk
Salma
to
looks
reward
good
tool.
as a
I don't
blonde.
know anybody that has a risk to reward tool like what you're talking about on NinjaTrader.
I think Jack has one. Just
Jack,
ask him when he's
does he?
on stream.
I thought actually Chris had one.
I don't know.
I'm about to
Why
cut
did
this trade
Richie
flat.
just say? Richie just said Salma looks good as a blonde. I'm not blonde. Thank you very much.
Never seen you as a blonde either.
Yeah. No, I'm not having a blonde moment. I've been bamboozled. This is legit. This is legit stuff, dude. I've known these people for 9 months, thinking their names were something
You act
else.
like that's a long time. That's like
What do you mean? That is a long
to
time,
cook a baby. You know.
bro. Okay, not for nothing, but I talk to you guys more than I do people in my real life.
That sounds like a you problem.
What do you mean? We're on stream together for 2 hours at max and an hour at min every single day. Yeah, no, the hell, 9 months is a long time. Jim, please tell me your name is actually Jim.
It's not. It's not Jim.
It's Jim. It's James. I know. It's
Well,
Timothy.
Yeah. You could call me Jim. That's fine.
All right, cool.
See, I mean, it's not his real name.
You can call me James. You can call me Jimmy. You can call me Cags. Those are the 4 acceptable pronunciations of my first
Call you
name.
Timothy
Yeah, I still don't know what that means, but
because
okay.
you're him.
I don't know.
Next week we go over middle names.
Oh, let's not do
Give me a
that.
no for me, dog.
No, that's a no for me too. No, I'm good.
Do we know Leo's first name?
He told me, yes.
Yeah. I'm not going to repeat it.
No. Let's keep it a secret.
I will keep it a secret. Leo, you're still in the trade, right?
I'm contemplating just cutting this trade. Just pure annoyance.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm in it.
This low is trying to hold, but it's not trying to hold.
It looks like the stock index futures want to fight back a little bit.
I mean, I agree with you. At that low NES, it's still looking okay.
Yeah.
There's just so much selling right into these 65s.
Pump it up.
Yeah. It'll be an interesting afternoon for sure, especially going into CPI tomorrow. But Selma, you're flat, right?
No, I just actually re-entered Russell Longs
Okay.
at 35.
Nice.
I like it, but yes, thank you. Still not cooperating. But Russell is kind of doing its own thing this morning, so maybe it will.
Yeah, you're right.
Continue to do that.
It's definitely stronger. What's your target? Your profit target?
I've got a pretty aggressive target actually at previous week high. I don't know if we get there, but I'll just manage accordingly if we start to move up and reclaim quarterly open at 30.40, then I'll just kind of reassess and go from there. But yeah, that is right now the target. Probably get that tomorrow morning with TPI if we push.
Yeah, awesome. All right. Well, appreciate you two as usual. Great job across the board on NinjaTrader Live. Thank you. Let's give these two a round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you, Chad.
Hang on, though. Hang on. Before you leave, I got something important to say. Tomorrow, 4 p.m. after the bell rings, we have the one and only Jared Tendler retail therapy event. He's going to actually go do a coaching session with a couple of traders out there and hopefully slay some demons and spread happiness throughout the world. Bring your Q&As. He'll take a couple Q&As at the end, too. So we're looking forward to that.
Don't miss it.
Yep, that's it. All right, I'm going to do a quick edge report, and then we're going to break for the afternoon stream.
All right. Bye.
See you
Bye,
guys.
Leo. Bye, chat.
Thanks,
Bye.
guys.
Bye, Jim.
All right, let's take a look at gold right now. This is December contract, folks. So far, gold has done about 104,000 contracts, or about 82% of the 34 period range right now, with a daily range of $79.30. So pretty healthy, I would say. And just looking at, let's see, where are my micros? Micros did 245,000 so far. So pretty good day for trading volume for gold so far. Volume profile is not perfect, but it's not bad either. I mean, we have kind of a nice value area toward the middle of the range. Prices above value, a little bit higher than prices below, but still not too bad. Centered pretty nicely here with the point of control at, let me get my crosshairs here so I can say exactly, 44.49. A little bit of a bounce off the bottom of the value area so far. A couple of 10-minute candles are green so far. We'll see if it maintains its momentum or not. The pivot is right below it at 44.25 spot 4. Below that, we have, of course, it was the London IB low. London IB kind of saved gold on the session at 41.15 spot 7. So that would be a target to the downside should we continue to trade below that VWAP and continue some downward pressure. Below that, Jack's 1 at 4,400, S1 at 43.97 spot 1. If we do get to the other side of that VWAP actually we're back into the IB right now as we speak. Of course, we have this R1 level up here right by MenthorQ's blind spot. That's another secret sauce level from MenthorQ. 44.77 is R1, part of the daily pivot study. Above that, R2, 45.05 spot 3. Resistance, 45.10 even, and then that one-day max at 45.15. So I'm going to keep an eye on the value area today, the point of control for a lot of these markets. We'll see if we get a little bit of recovery in the equity markets. We'll talk about that this afternoon. But right now, my spotlight is on gold. Let's shoot over to crude oil, though, too, because, again, crude oil is driving a lot of the stuff. Let's go take a peek here. Back on the daily chart, I know I have the flag. Tracy made me put the flag on my chart. A couple of green candles in a row, right? 5 green candles in a row. We took out previous week's highs. The previous month's close is actually at 84.67. Above that, we have 87 level, which is a key PAX level as well on the upside if we should continue our merry way up. RSI is not doing anything spectacular, but there's no divergence either. Let's shoot over the intraday chart here and take a peek. This is above VWAP for the first time in a long period of time, right? We lost VWAP in the rearview mirror, 7 to 710 candle, big sell-off probably on news there, and we worked our way lower. We hit the lows. We kind of recovered back up here. The volume profile is not very helpful, right? We do have a point of control, though. I'm going to keep my eye on it. It's quite a bit lower here as well, but we have some volume building up a little bit higher here, a couple of volume nodes, 1, 2, 3 volume nodes on the top. Prices above value right now. If we continue to go up, R1's going going to be of interest for me at 83.86. 0 DTE call resistance at 44, and then session highs at 84.61. On the downside, keep an eye on that 0 DTE high vol level right there at 81.80. That's an important 75. I'm sorry, 81.75. That's kind of where gamma shifts from positive to negative. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. That is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us at NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscriptions, the thumbs up, the great camaraderie. Best online trading community there is, hands down. So take a nice, relaxing lunch. We'll be back at it at 2 o'clock.